Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos en el Valle Nafaisí. Ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring. El que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín. Legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring. Tirando la Procat, como Julio C. Están llegando a tu pantalla, TV Azteca.
Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Misión Texas, Valle de Texas. Que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Misión Texas, Valle de Texas. TV Azteca son los mejores, Voz Azteca son los campeones, representando las ligas mayores. Otra cadena, no nos copien, no nos copien, no nos podrán igualar. Para que tú puedas tener realidad, no hay nada que nos pueda parar. Para que tú puedas tener realidad.
Prende la TV y súbele al volumen. Ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luchen. Prende la TV y súbele al volumen. Ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luchen.
Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos en el Valle Nafaisí. Ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring. El que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín. Legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring. Tirando la Procat, como Julio C. Están llegando a tu pantalla, TV Azteca.
Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse.
Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Championship. Firstly, I'd like to welcome into the ring the challenger from Swansea, Wales, Sweet Poison, Ashley Johnson.
Well, here we go. Ashley Johnson making that ring walk now. I talked about Katie Healy and being a three-time world boxing champion. Well, Ashley Johnson was a kickboxing champion as well. You know, she's only lost one fight, Ashley Johnson. That was to a 6'1". That's right, I said 6'1" super bantamweight. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
And that was the fight that she lost. You know, she's not very tall herself, so Enzo Macronelli in the corner of this young girl. She's only been boxing, Roy, 1 year. She was in kickboxing before that.
Right.
She transitioned to boxing, and Enzo told me, I mean, he's probably told you, you probably had these conversations, he went, this girl's like a steam train and she will go for it tonight.
That's good, and I think she is a steam train, and she has a lot of experience because of the kickboxing, so it's easier for her to transition.
Yeah, and we talk about transitions. Her opponent in the opposite corner is Katie Healy. She is the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Champion. She won that title here in the Cayman Islands last December on that first show. She was a three-time world kickboxing champion. She made that transition actually in lockdown, and she said it's the best thing she ever done. She's gone from strength to strength. She's now 8-1. And just about to make her ring walk.
And it's now time to welcome the champion from Wolverhampton, England, Katie Hellcat Healy.
Well, here she is. Here she comes. Katie Healy, the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight champion. And she's got big dreams. She said this is the beginning of a fantastic journey. She wants to go on to bigger and better things, but she recognises that she has to come through these sort of fights, and she's got a tough opponent in the corner in Ashley Johnson. And she's just making the crowd wait here, Joe.
Here she is coming in the back.
Looks great, doesn't she?
She seems like a favorite here.
Yeah, she's built a big fan base up here, Roy. She boxed and won that title back in December, as I say, the only boxing show, and it's turned out bigger and better. And look at her soaking up that moment, Roy. What she's going through up there, she's enjoying herself, isn't she?
Yes, you got to do that. I mean, you only live once. You only go through these cycles once, so you better make the most of it while you're there.
She's only been fighting in the pros 1 year, huh?
Yeah, she's only been around for a year or so herself in the professional ranks, or a couple of years, sorry. But she was a former 3-time world boxing champion, kickboxing champion. Sorry, found boxing in lockdown, and said she took to it like duck to water.
She seems to have a lot of confidence in herself. She come in the ring like she's ready.
Yeah, it's a great style, contrast of styles here. We've got the Ashley Johnson, who likes to come forward. She's going to take the fight to her. All the fighters from Enzo Maccarinelli's gym fight like that, actually. And Katie Healy is the girl that likes to box on the outside and move around. So it's good style, contrast of styles here.
Live from Cayman, exclusive on Fight Zone, GBH Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson presents 10 rounds for the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Championship. Your official representative from the Commonwealth Boxing Council, Debbie Down. Your judges at ringside, Ed Pearson, Stephen Blear, and Chris Flores. And your referee, your man in the middle, Joel Scobie. And it's now time to introduce the fighters. First, the challenger in the blue corner, wearing the green, purple, and black shorts. Weighing in at 122 pounds, her record, 2 wins and 1 defeat. From Swansea, Wales, Sweet Poison, Ashley Johnson. And her opponent in the red corner, wearing the zebra print shorts. Weighing in at 121.4 pounds, her record 8 wins and 1 defeat. She is the reigning, defending Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight champion from Wolverhampton, England, Katie Hellcat Healy.
Boxer Chief second. Katie, Chief second. Okay, boxers. Seconds. Katie's trunks are a bit high. I remind you that punches on the belt line are legal. I give you instructions in the dressing room. I remind you to listen and follow my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to you both.
Well, referee gives his final instructions. Now, for the time for the girls to meet head-to-head in the centre of the ring. This one, guys, should be a good one.
Yes, it should.
Well, Katie Healy takes centre of the ring. She's looking to use that height and reach, as you can see, standing very tall. Just trying to find a range with that jab, and that's going to be the problem for Ashley Johnson here, trying to get inside that guard, trying to close that space. And that's the difference here, Roy. When you look at these, you go, if the fighter has the ability to close the space, then they can make things very, very tough for the taller fighter. But if they don't have that ability, and what I mean by that is, if they try and close the gap with their hands and don't move their feet into range first, it becomes very difficult for the smaller fighter.
Yes, very different. As we see, Katie's already landed some pretty good shots because Katie knows how to work from the outside like that, and Ashley just hasn't got used to it yet. She's gonna take some time, but she looks like a stalker, so she's gonna constantly be after her. But we'll see what happens.
Yep, she's definitely going to make Katie Healy try and work on this one. And as you say, Healy working well at the beginning of this first round, using her height and reach to her advantage. And for Ashley Johnson, for her to close that gap, she needs to move her feet into range and then let those shots go. Don't try and punch your way into range, because I think someone with Katie Healy's ability will make life very, very difficult for her. So good contrast in styles here, and let's see how this one plays out.
I think it's going to come down to conditioning. That was a great right hand by Katie Healy. So,
yeah, working well behind those long, straight jabs, isn't she, Joe? That's, you know, the very effective work for a taller fighter.
Exactly. Well, using that jab, setting your punches with the right hand with the jabs. 2 or 3 jabs, you block them. You block their sight with the jabs. Quick right hand. Haley got to get off the ropes. It's not a good place to be. These are, I believe, these are 2-minute rounds, I believe.
yes, 2-minute rounds with the female.
Okay, we gotta let you guys know, you fans out there, the female boxing, these fights are 2-minute rounds. Some states, some countries permit the championship fight and go for a 3-minute round, but here they are 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, good start from both girls there, really. Tells you this is going to be a long, exciting contest for sure. I think Katie Healy done enough to win that first round, worked well behind the jab, controlled the space very, very well, and I think that's going to be the problem here, Roy, for Ashley Johnson, is that closing that gap, closing that space, because fighters, a lot of fighters struggle to do that, and with her only having a year's experience in the boxing, it's going to be difficult, you know, to apply that in this contest.
But because of the way she's built, I'm sure she faced that a lot in kickboxing, so it seems like she has experience at facing that already.
Yep, there you go, and that is a similar thing, and a great point made there by Roy Jones Jr. that she was competing at a good level as a kickboxer, British champion, Celtic champion, and she's going to need all that experience going in here against the champion, the girl that won this title back in December last year in the Cayman Islands, Katie Healy, and she's a fan favourite here, Katie Healy. The crowd love her, and as you can see on these TV monitors, real good turnout here this evening. The appetite for boxing is growing all the time in the Cayman Islands. They've invested a lot into it, and as you can see with the production and what they've done here, people really loving it. And these two girls have started this contest very, very well. Katie Healy, for me, taking that first round, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah, good right hand by Katie Healy. The other thing I must say, Oliver, is that Katie Healy looks about 60% better than she did when I saw her fight for the title the first time. They say a title adds a lot to a person. Katie here is a beautiful example of how much better a title makes you look and makes you feel about yourself.
Yeah, great point there. Winning a title elevates a fighter to another level. He goes from being the challenger to the champion. And you know, and for Katie, I think that this is a prime example of that, because you're right, Roy. She looks better. She started better in this contest, showing good imagination here as well, switching attacks downstairs and upstairs, and getting the better success here in this second round.
Yeah, Johnson's trying to put the pressure, trying to get inside Haley's punching. Haley's throwing good jab from the outside, and Johnson knows she got to work her way inside. She's trying to be aggressive. She's trying to throw some hard punches, but she's taking a lot coming in.
Yeah, Johnson's smart. She's trying to make it a dog fight, which is what she got to have, because she's the shorter fighter.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she's trying to do here, Roy, in this second round. She's happy to take a couple, to get in and land a couple, and she's had success here, but the more success coming from Katie Healy, who's just tripled up on that jab. Fantastic work.
Good jab. She double her jab, triple her jab. That's good. Yeah, you got to do that.
Come on, fans, you got to give it up.
Yeah.
That's another round for Haley.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Katie dominating that second round behind the jab, and Roy, the difference is she's controlling that space right now, using that height and reach advantage to her advantage.
But the thing about it is, Oliver, is that who has the best conditioning, because that type of fight that she's fighting requires a lot of conditioning.
Well, as you know, and you've been in the ring, share the ring with this man, Enzo Macronelli. One of his main assets, his main strengths was his work rate. You know, that's what they do down there. The seen that down in Wales, that's what they really focus on, work rate. They like it tough. They like getting in there, and I think that's what Enzo was telling me. He said, listen, this girl will make it a dogfight. She'll make it rough. Because technically she's not the best out there.
No,
Katie Healy's much better.
Of course.
But she will try and drag her into a dogfight.
That's her only chance.
Yep, sure. Well, she hasn't managed to do that in those first opening 2 rounds. But as I say, this is a 10-round contest. First 2 rounds on our scorecards going to the girl from the West Midlands, Katie Healy, in the white shorts with the black trim. And Ashley Johnson will keep on trying. She won't lose heart. She'll keep trying to stalk forward and make this a tough fight. Let's see if she can turn it around here in this 3rd round.
Well, Katie's doing a good job of making her slip that jab first. Once she tries to slip the jab, Katie is gone. And that's a very smart move by Katie, like right there. She throws it, Ash has to deal with the jab first, then Katie's gone, like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're right in what you say there, Roy. She's using, that reach, and she's throwing a shot. She's not sitting in the pocket at all. She's moving all the time. How does Ashley Johnson get to her? How does she break that down? How does she close that gap?
She got to keep doing it just like she's doing right now. She's almost running behind her, but she got to make sure she don't give up too much while she's doing it, because she don't want to be swollen up and eyes shut by the time you get to take advantage of all your efforts.
Well, her left eye is kind of a little bruised up already, Johnson.
Yeah,
that's the bad part about a smaller fighter. They have to give up so much to get in close to the taller fighter.
Yeah, I think that Healy is using that reach to her advantage. She's peppering away with that jab, and that's the right hand. That's the one that's maybe caused that bruise over that eye, that lovely straight right hand. A very hard shots to stop, by the way, those straight shots through the middle, and the accuracy from Healy is good, isn't it?
And I got to tell you that Haley's also doing a great job of working the body and the head.
Yeah, which is unusual for a fighter of that, with her height. You would expect her to be, more of a head puncher than a body puncher, but she's switching those attacks to the body well as well.
I guess Sebastian Fundora has changed the game.
Absolutely.
Oh, good shot by Ash.
Yeah.
Good right hand by Ash. Best punch of the fight for her.
Well, that's what she needs to do, isn't it? That's what she's got to do now. She needs
Good
to close
body
that
shot.
gap. Like I say, at some point the fatigue will set in with Katie Healy, and she's going to need that champion's mindset. She's going to have to bite down on her gum shield, because Ashley Johnson's not going away.
No, she's not going anywhere. And the longer the fight goes, the better it is for her.
Yeah, she's putting the pressure on. If she's putting that pressure on, she gets look a little stronger there in the 3rd round, better than she did in the first 2 rounds.
Yep, totally agree. Just above us in the corner, in this blue corner, Enzo Macronelli, former world cruiserweight champion, giving those instructions, and he's fired up right now. He's not going easy on her. He's giving her some stern words, and he wants her to turn this around. He believes she's got the ability to do that. He always said that she was going to come from behind to win this contest, because Healy was such a good boxer and she was going to take some breaking down. But we haven't seen the evidence just yet, Roy.
Well, we see some of it happening because Katie did slow down just a tad in that last round. So maybe it's starting to happen now. This next 2 rounds is going to tell us who should win the fight.
Right.
Here we go. Round 4 begins. We've got Katie Healy winning those first 3 rounds. Really not telling the story of this contest so far, though, because Ashley Johnson has been giving it a go. She's getting closer, and Roy Jones Jr. suspects that she may just start getting herself into this one if she keeps applying that pressure, that phenomenal pressure.
Yeah, she won't do it if she keeps sitting outside taking all these shots, though, because those shots to the glove right there, sometimes they hurt just as bad as the shot to the head. And they do just as much damage to your face as a shot to the head. And Haley's also remembering to go to the body every time.
Haley got to try to stay in the middle of the ring and box up in the middle, keep her back off the ropes.
Yep, exactly that. And she's doing a good job switching from side to side, though, which is a good sign of a good fighter when they're changing the momentum of the fight by switching angle to angle all the time. She's showing great boxing skills here, Roy.
Yes, she is. I told you she got way better than what she was when she first won the title. That was a good overhand right by Katie.
Johnson is putting the pressure, though. She's putting a little bit more pressure, and she's trying to work inside more, but she's taking a lot of punches as she's coming in.
Ash is definitely very, very game. Just that she has to take more, and I think it gets a bit discouraging for her at times because Katie is so long, but she's still trying. She got the heart, She has the determination. And I think she knew coming in that she was going to give up some in order to get some.
Yep, I totally agree with that. You know, lovely girl, Ashley Johnson, and she's working well. That's where she needs to be, in that inside, and that was what she needs. A little bit of confidence there. That will give her a little bit of hope, knowing that she's starting to close that gap, land those uppercuts, and that's what she needed there, because when a fighter's coming forward, taking punches all the time, you know, they need a little bit of confidence, a little bit of something, and she got that there, Roy.
A little bit of encouragement every now and then. That right uppercut may have been just what she needed.
I tell you,
keep the fire burning.
Conditioning is so important in this fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, Joe, we'll go to you about the referee in this fight as well. You know, that's where you're from, your background. I mean, he seems...
And I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Box in Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca.
Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón.
Healy may be starting to grow in confidence, carrying that left hand down low. Is that a dangerous thing to do with someone's intensity like Ashley Johnson?
No, I don't think it's dangerous. I think she's cool because she knows the range now. And she, good uppercut by
that was a beautiful uppercut. Beautiful uppercut on the inside there. Timed that perfectly.
And that's what I meant when I said she got the timing of that jab now. So it doesn't hurt her to put the hand down because she knows the rhythm of the fight now.
Well, Johnson is putting a lot of pressure right now. A corner taller, put the pressure on her, keep pushing it up, get her back on the ropes, and bang away. Watch punches behind the head.
Yep. Speaking to Ashley Johnson earlier on this evening, she said it was a pinch myself moment. I've only been boxing for a year. Now I'm boxing for a title in the Cayman Islands, and I'm going to give it everything. And boys, that's exactly what she's doing, isn't she?
They're both giving it everything. This is a very good fight from two women who both want to win it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Both girls showing great boxing skills here, putting on a brilliant fight for this crowd, this sellout crowd here in the Cayman Islands. Good entertainment, and look at Johnson there. Look at her trying to push forward and make this a dogfight, the fight that she wanted it to be.
Good right hand by Katie.
There's a good body shot there as well by Healy. She's just trying to keep that range. She's trying to keep Johnson away still, but Johnson will not give up. She will keep pushing forward and showing good strength here, Johnson, and just pinning Healy. Joe, you said about Healy not sitting on those ropes, and that's where Johnson wants her, right?
Well, that's where she wants her, and that's what's happening. And she keeps on like that. I mean, the judges look at that very closely, because you get a fighter who's aggressive and throwing more punches and keep the other one on the ropes. If judges go to a close round, they're going to go with Johnson. Like this round.
Yeah, better round.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
Let's see how this goes. Second half of this contest. Could it be a fight of two halves?
Johnson putting the pressure. Here she goes again.
Yep, and that's exactly what she needs to do. Enzo McInerney in her corner has been screaming at her in the corner to keep up that relentless pressure, keep pushing forward, let those arms go, keep the work going, and that's what she's doing now.
But now she has to work in there, because that's what she wants to be. That's what she has to win the fight. If she don't win the fight in there, she's not going to win.
But when she gets up there, Roy, like that, instead of pushing forward, she needs to then create that space. Step back with that back foot and let those, you know, create the space to let those shots go. Don't smother your work.
Find a way to let your hands go.
Oh, good hook on the inside there from Johnson. And maybe just a little bit of the snap gone out the arms now of Healy. Maybe she's starting to feel that pace a little bit from that relentless pressure. And another good round here from Johnson. She's trying to force the fight and make it. Listen, this is never going to be pretty from Johnson, this work ethic, but you know, it's going to be effective.
Of course, it never was supposed to be a pretty fight for her. She has to give up too much to get close. So she knew it had to be a dog fight or ugly fight, but that's what she has to do if she wants to win.
Yep, both girls putting on a great contest here so far, and Healy there just trying to take the right hand round the outside, lands a lovely short chopping right hand.
Yes, good overhand right coming in by Healy.
The judges are looking at that closely, that Johnson is putting on the pressure. I mean, Healy's got to keep her out of the way, keep her away with the jab, and you throw the right uppercut inside.
A good right hand by Healy.
Yeah, she's just timing that well, isn't she now? That's maybe what she needs to look at moving forward in this contest, you know, just to take, you know, to just take the volume away from the punches and just like...
Another good right hand.
Beautiful right hand there. And maybe those 3 right hands would have been enough, Roy, to win that round.
I think those won her round there.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Invested in these fighters. He told me that, you know, they've got a great little unit going on down there in Wales, and he wants his girl to win, and he's really fired up in the corner.
He's a competitor. He loves to win, and we like to, oh, good shot by Healy. We like to win anything we do. So, of course, if he can win a title here, he'd be glad to do that, and it would make his gym even more popular.
Johnson throws the short combinations inside.
Yeah, she's getting success there now, Johnson. She's closed that gap, and Healy, you know, she's being made to work very, very hard here by a very strong, persistent Ashley Johnson here. Very good work from Johnson. She started this round well.
Both of them started this round well because Healy is also remembering to go to the body.
Good uppercut by Healy.
Good work there, off the ropes there from Healy as well. Johnson pushing forward. Lovely little short chopping shot there from Johnson as well, but she's never going to stop, is she? Hands held high and trying to draw Healy in. Is the referee a little slow there, Joe, maybe at breaking those two up there? You know, wants to try and keep this clean and tidy.
You got to get a little closer to the action. Like, he should be a little closer. Being that they seem to be clinching a lot, he should be a little closer and tell him from the outside, you know, get him out, get those arms out. But you can't coach a fight. You can't tell him, punch out of there. You got to tell him, get out, without coaching him.
And Healy doing a good job of still going to the body, even though she's at close quarters, which is where we didn't think she wanted to be. She's doing a great job of sticking with the body work.
Yeah, there's cleaner, more effective work maybe coming from Katie Healy at the moment, isn't it, Roy? Like, she's working well, surprising us actually with her work ethic on that inside, the body shots especially.
Of course.
They hit the end of the round here.
Yep, end of round 7 there. And maybe Healy just
Roy Jones Jr. and I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Boxing Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca.
We've got Katie Healy maybe in front in this one by a couple of rounds, but maybe the fight can still be won by Johnson if she has a good, final 3 rounds going in here, Joe.
She can do it in 3 rounds, keep the pressure. Like I said before, conditioning in this fight is so important. Because whoever has the will at the end of the next 8, 9, and 10th round, they can take that fight.
I think she needs all 3 of these rounds to get it, but I don't think Haley is willing to give up all 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Here we go, beginning of round 8, and this has been a fantastic contest for the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight title, a title that Katie Healy won back in December here in the Cayman Islands, defending it for the first time against a very game opponent in Ashley Johnson, who's only been boxing for 1 year. Can you believe it? And showing a great work ethic in her.
What a performance for a girl who's only been boxing for a year. What a performance.
Very good, very good.
Yep, again, Healy just trying to keep that range from that jab. Brandon, good work on the inside there from Healy as well, just dipped under there. That's good to see, Roy, not just the offense, but the defense as well. That's important, with a fighter's development.
Just as important as the offense, sometimes even more important.
Heads just clashed together there, and she was complaining, the champion. Just felt that one, she's fine. She says, nope, let's get on with it.
Oh, good body shot.
Massive body shot there.
Yeah, good uppercut afterwards, too.
Yeah, she really sat down on that, didn't she? Drove that body shot in, and Johnson took that well. Come back with a good left hook of her own. Great contest, this.
Yes, Johnson is a tough cookie, too.
I think Johnson's in better condition.
I don't know, I'm not going to say that because Haley's doing a great job. Even though she's fatigued from all the movement she's done, she still looks pretty fresh to me, so I can't say. And Johnson's mouth is open more while she's breathing than Haley, so I don't know. I think they're about the same, or maybe Healy's even better because Healy's done more work and more moving, and she's still hanging on here, so.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. The next 2 rounds are going to be for sure the difference.
Yeah, I think for me, Healy's just pulling away here. I think that work ethic in that round, Roy, where you're talking about that foot movement, not sitting in the pocket, throwing the shots, 1-2s,
La campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Después de la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón.
It's a very clean fight. Haley, she knows she got to win the next 2 rounds. She used that jab combinations on the outside. She needs Roy Jones Jr. in that corner.
Well, both girls are up and they are ready to go. Katie Healy on the opposite corner. She seems to have got her second win now. She's come through, whipping that body shot in, and you heard the snap in that one going in. Johnson took it well.
Good
big
right hand. Good right hand by Katie.
Yeah, timing's been brilliant tonight from Katie, isn't it? And now shot selection downstairs as well. Johnson soaking it up, pushing forward. Maybe not the same intensity coming forward from Johnson that is allowing Katie Healy to get off of her shots, Roy, because that's her game at long range.
Yes, and one thing you said earlier that still is effective right now. Johnson sometimes goes entirely too close in order to be able to work, so she smothers her own work, like right there. She's too close to get anything.
And what she needs to do when she's there is just take that back foot out of range, which creates that space where she can get off with her short work. Like you say, you know, that smothering. That now she needs to step back with a back foot, and that's where she would find that space.
But she can't do that, but that's exactly what she needs to do.
Referee's warning Johnson punches behind the head.
This is a better round here from Katie Healy, who's worked well at long range and boxed this fight really well there. That's been her distance, and the short game's been impressive, Roy, as well from Katie. Like a girl of that height in that fight, you know, you wouldn't expect her short game to be as good as it is.
Exactly, I tell you, Sebastian Fundura has changed the game. These tall fighters are fighting pretty good on the inside now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one Hamza Shiraz as well is another very tall fighter that works so well on that inside.
Comes the belly.
Yep, just coming to the end of the round again. Another round. I think you'll agree with me, guys, that we got in favour of Katie Healy, who may be just running around away with it now. And Ashley Johnson is going to need to do something big in that final round if she wants this contest on my scorecard for sure.
She has landed 2 good shots early in this round, though.
Yep.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Have to push it here, Johnson. A couple of those rounds have gone close though, and as we saw in that last contest, we saw it differently, and will the judges be seeing this one differently? Katie Healy, the champion in the black and white. She's defending her title for the first time out here in Cayman Islands, and where she won the title back in December against the game tough girl from Wales, Ashley Johnson. Only been boxing a year. She's got her opportunity, come out here to fight for the title, and she's giving it a real go. Big right hand went in there from Johnson.
Both fighters have put on a spectacular display of heart and courage tonight. They both are very well conditioned, and they both came out with a good fight plan. Just that Haley's fight plan seems to be a bit more effective than Johnson's. Oh, good right hand by Haley.
That's maybe the difference, Roy, isn't it? Like when you're looking at rounds that have maybe gone close and you're looking at the clean shots and the long shots, they're the eye-catching ones that have maybe come from Katie Healy and maybe doing enough to win these rounds.
That and those good body shots she throws. I mean, don't get me wrong, Johnson lands some good body shots too, but they don't look as devastating as the ones Katie throws sometimes. Like that, with no answer.
Yeah.
But they go 3 or 4 by Johnson too, so like you said, it's what the judges like.
Yeah, it's a tough contest, this one. I tell you, really, the only winners in here tonight is us three sitting here in the commentary position watching it, because what a contest it's been here.
And we're not getting hit.
Exactly that. And we've all been guilty of getting hit a few times in the past, that's for sure.
I think the fans definitely got their money's worth with this one, though.
Absolutely, been a great contest. Heads coming dangerously close together again there, but both girls getting on with it. The 10-second clacker has just gone in this 10th round.
There it is.
What a contest, what a contest.
Very good. On both sides, very competitive. The fans are loving it. You can hear the fans going crazy.
Yeah, what a contest there. Everyone was engaged in that. I'm sure you viewers at home were as well. The girls never failing to put on great entertainment, great contests, and these two have delivered tonight for sure.
Yes, sir.
Don't be surprised if you see a split decision here. Don't be surprised. Even though Haley looked good.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, very tough contest to call there, very tough. It's going to see how this goes. Subjective scoring We may be just leaning towards Katie Healy there in taking that one, but do you go for the relentless pressure? Maybe not the most attractive to watch, but relentless dogfighting there from Ashley Johnson, put in a good performance, showed a lot of grit, heart and determination, or do you go for the longer rangey boxing and the single shot selection from Katie Healy? Well, I think we all think that Healy's won the fight, but let's see where the judges go.
Because that's who matters.
Katie Healy seems very pleased with herself. The corner seemed pleased as well, as does Ashley Johnson, to be fair. Enzo Macronelli just looked down at me, he says, what do you think? I'm like, maybe.
And I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Box in Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor.
I think we're just about to get that announcement now, as the MC, Ricky, just goes over to the referee to have those final words.
Well, are they using the same three judges they used in that controversial earlier fight?
I don't know.
I see the one here, the next one's here. He looks very familiar.
Always good to see boxers embracing like that after the fight, and both girls will certainly be glad that was over. They put everything into that one, and let's get over to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I announce the official decision, let's hear from both boxers. What a show for the Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Championship. And after 10 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Ed Pearson at 98 to 92, Stephen Blair 97 to 93, and Chris Flores 100 to 90. For your winner by unanimous decision, and still your Commonwealth Silver Super Bantamweight Champion, Katie Hellcat Healy.
What a great fight by two female fighters. The winner was who we thought it would be, but what a performance.
They put up a hell of a fight. You got to give them both a good round of applause. I mean, they both fought well. Haley to retain her title. And Johnson, she tried hard as hell, but it did work out for her tonight.
Yeah, she gave it all she had.
Yeah.
I want to get a word with you, yeah? That was brilliant. Brilliant. Maybe just, it was so competitive. It's what you go for. It's one of those ones. We went the same way. We thought Healy may have just nicked it. We go.
So far, it's a good night of boxing. We got a couple of good fights coming up. We're looking good so far. I'll say hello to some of our friends back in Las Vegas, some of the fans we got out there. Mason Vince's family, his son, his daughter, his wife, and some friends, Haru and my daughter Cindy, listening and watching the show. We hope you enjoy these fights tonight. The female fight is unbelievable. Bringing back up the days where Chrissy Martin was fighting, Layla Ali, Layla Mercado, great fighters out there. Laura Serrano, they're all good champions. We still got them around today.
Parezca los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Suene la campana, el box de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor. TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos, se le vayan a paisir.
Wasn't trying to draw Katie into your sort of fight, but Katie, experience played a big part there. Shot selection, keeping it long, it was brilliant.
Thank you very much, and I just want to say credit to Ashley. I think it's your first year as a professional, and what a fight. Come on, that deserves an applause from everybody. Fantastic performance. She did the perfect fight. You can tell she's done the research, and the team have done the research. But equally so did we. It's something I've been working on a lot in the last 12 months, being a taller fighter, kind of when that gap's being closed, learning how to fight. And we put it into practice today. There's still work to be done, but I'm happy with my performance, and what a great fight. Scrapped for 10 rounds, couldn't ask for any more. And it's been a weird week seeing each other around the island, but we can have a drink together now. It's what the sport's about. And thank you to all of the team. You've been great this week. And once again, thank you to Fight Zone, GBH Promotions, everyone that's come out tonight. You make these nights what they are, and thank you for the opportunity. I hope to be back, because I love this place. It's like a second home to me now. But I think that's enough rambling from me. But I hope everyone enjoys their night, and thank you once again.
Yeah, what a brilliant performance you put on there. And Roy Jones Jr., who was in the commentary position with me, and Joe Cortez, was saying how you've improved so much since winning that title last December. Shot selection, you know, the way that you was working on the inside, and that was a credit to you and your team. But they also said, Ashley, what a brilliant performance you put on, you know, after only a year in the sport. Yes, you know, transforming from going from kickboxing to boxing, but a year in the sport and putting on a performance like that, that takes some doing, and you deserve a lot of credit for that.
Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you to Katie as well. Thank you for sharing the ring with me. It was an amazing fight. Like we said in the press conference, we both want to go for 10 rounds of action, and that's exactly what it was. So thank you very much. Well deserved one.
Listen, only your fourth contest, you know, you go and lose contests, and when you lose contests, sometimes that can be a moulding of a fighter. You take a lot away from that. You lost to a great champion. It's all about going back to the gym. Enzo Macronelli, former world cruiserweight champion, great trainer, great student of the game, and it's about working. Got a great future still in the sport.
Yeah, definitely, and I guaranteed Enzo's not going to let me off lightly with this one when we get back to the gym. So back to the grind, and back to it when we get home.
Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for these two girls who put on a fantastic contest.
Yeah, Roy, so tell us a little bit about your future. What was happening in the future?
Yep.
What's happening in the future for you right now?
Just, you know, going back to the drawing board with my guys, you know, keeping the guys going. I got a couple more guys fighting later in the year out in Washington at Legends Casino. That should be fun. And then I round the year off going over to Hungary. Got a big boxing tournament called Hell Boxing that I did with the guys in Hungary. And we should have the finals of that in December. So my year looks pretty full for right now.
Well, we're glad to see you. You're very active. You're still in the fight game. That's good. A lot of fighters, they retire from boxing, and you don't hear from them no more. Roy Jones Jr., you hear the name all the time. Always going.
I always try to give back. I try to share what God blessed me with the rest of the world.
Exactly. All we got to pay it forward, right?
There it is.
I get to do that.
Well, I don't know how you're going to share that with the rest of the world, Roy Jones Jr., because what God gifted you with, my friend, was something that not many people could ever do. One of the greatest to ever lace them up, that is for sure.
Thank you,
I think you know, when you go back to those 90s, a guy that I watched growing up and learning so much from, you were generations above your time, man, beating great fighters. You know, you don't beat the likes of James Toney in his prime and people like that. I mean, people talk about Floyd Mayweather and the shoulder roll. He actually got that from James Toney. That's where it come from.
Exactly.
And you beat that guy, you know, in a memorable fight. And look at some of the other fights that you had where you don't go from middleweight to heavyweight and not be one of the greatest of all time. So, man, you know, you're talking about that. I go, well, you know, we're very fortunate to be graced by, you know, your brilliance.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. And what I meant when I said share what God blessed me with the rest of the world was that I can't make them be all me, but there's so many facets to me, so many different dimensions to me. The way that I fought, the way that I did things, I don't think we ever saw all the things that I knew how to do in the boxing ring. So that being said, I still give guys a lot more than they're ever going to get in their life from anybody else. So that's what I meant when I said I like to share what God gave me. I'm not saying I'm going to make them be like me, but I can share all the things that God gave me, or some of the things. Some will get some will get others, some will get none. Hopefully one day one will get along.
You pay it forward all the time, that's all.
There it is.
Do you know what, Roy? I wanted to ask you that. Like, you know, you had such a long career in, you know, in the professional ranks, amateur ranks as well, reaching the top, should have been gold medal. You know, no Seoul Olympics, terrible decision there. But, you know, you look at that top-class amateur, unbelievable pro, one of the greatest to ever lace them up. And now you're going into, you know, the managing, training, staying involved, the commentary and stuff like that. You know, like the passion still burns highly for you in the sport of boxing, doesn't it? And like you say, it's about giving back now a little bit. But you can see that you still love being around it and in it. You know, when you look at where you've come from, what, you know, how high, the heights that you reached, and we're here and we're looking around and you go, it still burns inside you, don't it?
Of course it still burns inside of you. But one thing you have to remember, like I always tell people when you're on top, that one day all that's going to be gone. People are going to judge you by what they thought of you in reality at that time. Exactly. So if you're not real, then you're not going to be able to go and do the things that I do now. But if you're real, then you can stay in this real world that you love. I love the world of boxing. I kept it real with boxing, so I still stay in the world of boxing.
And not only you love boxing, but you love people as well.
That too.
You know?
And I learned that from the late, great Muhammad Ali.
It shows. It shows.
Thank you.
You know, did you ever spend time with Muhammad Ali?
Yes, I did. I brought him down to Pensacola, Florida, my hometown, because I wanted my hometown to meet my hero. That's why I started boxing. If the last thing I could have done was bring Muhammad Ali to my hometown, I wanted to make that happen. He came, he graced us with his presence. He had a book signing thing we did there. It was one of the most fun, most exciting days of my life. And it's one thing that I'm very glad that God blessed me to be able to do.
Yeah, what an amazing experience. I actually met Muhammad Ali as well. I was very fortunate when we had the BBC Sports Personality of the Year and Sports Personality of the Millennium. I think the Sports Personality of the Year, Lennox Lewis won it that year, and the Sports Personality of the Millennium, that was in the year 2000 obviously, was Muhammad Ali. And I was invited along there to go with, you know, select people that were there, boxing people, and I was graced in his presence. And when you had that, you know, when you had that blessing to have met Muhammad Ali, and I got that photo with him, and I think Richie Woodall was I think he was WBC champion at the time of second. I was like, Richie, take a photo, mate. Take a photo. I think, you know what I mean? It was like, because you knew when you was in the presence of greatness, but then he had something special about him, and I think I was, you know, blessed to. Some fighters, Roy, have got that aura around them where you go like, it's different to others, isn't it?
Yes, it's way different than others. All the heavyweight champions, you know, to me, he was the biggest athlete ever. Because back when they didn't have no social media or nothing, the whole world knew who Muhammad Ali was. And that says a lot.
Yeah, I mean, what was the reasons behind that? Yes, he was great in the ring, but it was what he'd done and what he stood up for outside of the ring as well, wasn't it? That made him, it was the humane part of him that made him so special.
You know, he was loved by everybody around the world, no matter what. You know, even though he refused to go to the military, but those were his beliefs. And you got to respect him for that. You got to respect his religion, you know, respect him as a person. He was a caring-loving guy, loved by everybody around the world, and probably one of the most famous persons in the world. You could make the top 10 most popular, recognizable names in the world. Muhammad Ali is right on the top.
Yep.
Yeah, he certainly was. And we've got some more brilliant boxing coming up for you very, very shortly. We've got a 10 3-minute round vacant WBF International Featherweight contest coming up against Michael Dasmariñas. He's a very, very experienced guy from the Philippines. He goes in against Eduardo Esquivel in a brilliant contest coming up. Now, these two have unbelievable experience. So I just want to talk a little bit about Michael Dasmariñas, and we see him there on the screen. 35 fights, 3 defeats, 2 of those 2 draws with 24 KOs. Now, one of those 3 defeats, Roy Jones, was against the great Inoue Inoue for the IBF bantamweight title. He lost in 3 rounds to Inoue out in Las Vegas. But that tells you where this kid's at. Dasmariñas is a very, very, very tough guy, and Esquivel is also a tough guy.
Yeah, he's the guy, the Philippine guy is the guy that you got to keep your eyes on, because he's such a great puncher with so much great experience already that I don't see nobody stopping him. I want to see him fight for a 126-pound title, because I think he's the guy who's worthy of becoming a featherweight champion.
Yeah, he's been there, seen it, done it. He's got the experience for sure. He's 40 fights in now, and he's looking to make his way back up the rankings. He's got a good rankings at the moment, and he goes in against a very tough opponent in Esquivel, who's going to take the fight to him and see if he can take this opportunity. Tough South American, and I think we can expect an explosive contest here.
Well, Esquivel always brings it when I've seen him before, so I'm sure he's going to try to bring it tonight. But he's bringing it against a monster tonight.
Yeah, he certainly is, and the crowd have stayed here for that one. We are just about to get the ring walks, hopefully coming up very, very shortly. I'm blessed in the presence here tonight of Roy Jones Jr. and Joe Cortez, the legendary trainer.
I got to let you have it for a minute. I'll be back.
All right, so now I'm just blessed in the presence of Joe Cortez as Roy Jones Jr. just has to slip off.
Well, you know, Roy Jones Jr. keeps himself so busy. Everybody needs him for something. He's such a good guy to have around. You know, in the boxing world, people know he has a good head on his shoulders. He's always thinking right, always looking out for his fighters, always trying to improve boxing. He left boxing, but boxing didn't leave him.
Yeah, totally that. You're right, Joe, in what you say there. And Roy, you know, he said, yeah, Spence, I want to work with you tonight. We'll do the commentary, me, you, Joe Cortez, who he's got a lot of respect for you, by the way. He said that was the only thing that he regrets out of boxing, you not actually reffing one of his contests. He said that he'll always go down and, you know, regret that. But he said, like, to be working with you would be great. But he's got 2 kids boxing on here tonight as well, so we've seen him in the corner, we've seen him doing the commentary, we've seen him chatting to the crowd. Shows you the mark of the man, doesn't it?
He's active all the time, wherever he goes, no matter whether it's here, whether it's in the States, South America, Europe. He's very popular, very caring, and very attentive towards the fans.
Yep, really good guy. And Seaford Russell Jr. has just joined us again. He's trying to fill the shoes of the great Roy Jones Jr. He's got some big shoes to fill there.
No, I can't even walk close to those shoes. Definitely not in a competition with him. But it's been a great night. It's been a great night, and again, it's just taking it all in from my perspective, taking it all in from being in sharing the commentator booth with you guys, and you know, seeing Roy Jones Jr. do his thing as well.
Seaford, explain to the people that may have joined us before, but after you was here, you helped us out at the beginning of the show. You helped us with the commentary and the amateurs, etc. Explain to the people what your role is out here. Actually, yeah, you was a former boxer. You've done a little bit of amateur boxing, a bit of MMA boxing, but you're now the sports editor out here in the Cayman Islands, aren't you?
Yeah, I work as a sports editor at the Cayman Compass, the main newspaper here. And I did a little stint of amateur boxing when I was a teenager. I don't really consider it amateur boxing, certainly not to the caliber that some of these guys are fighting at in today's age. There's so much more at their disposal to learn from, and I didn't have any of that stuff. He was just kind of scrapping in the ring. But yeah, I mean, the night has been great. Some of the Cayman fighters have come out and showed their thing. You know, Jaden Eccleston made his pro debut. I know that he reps that Jamaican flag, but he really is a product of Cayman when it comes to his boxing career. And he came out here, got the 2nd round stoppage, and of course you mentioned our 2 amateur boxers. They also were successful in their fights.
Amazing question. What are we going to be doing here in the Cayman Islands? What can we do to improve boxing to get more regular fights coming in, professional fights on a regular basis?
Well, I tell you what, this kind of event is a prime example of the growth. And I said this to Spencer earlier, but we have never experienced anything like this before. Last year was the first. Obviously bringing in guys like yourselves, Spencer, you know, Joe Cortez, you guys are top people in the sport of boxing. So to have you guys here in the Cayman Islands says something in itself. You know, this might seem, you know, small for some people, but this is massive for the island. This is incredibly big, and is showing the growth. And honestly, we can only go up from here. We've seen more in-house shows over the last couple of months since the first clashing came on. The Boxing Association has revamped, gone on the World Boxing, and changed the name of their association, gone and changed it to the Cayman Islands Boxing Elite Federation now. So it seems like there's a shift in the chapter, and like I said, I can only see things going up from here.
Yeah, I believe that this has great potentials here. You can see the turnout you got tonight in the sellout crowd. It's good. You want to see the government, tourism, and the governor and everyone get more involved to bring it up, because I'm sure we can do a lot here in the Cayman Islands.
I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, I think that the government certainly needs to get involved. I won't dip too much in that because of my journalist role, but you know, certainly, especially coming off of the Olympics, our government can see now that sports is a massive part to play on the island.
Well, guys, I've got to tell you now, there's a surprise coming up with Roy Jones Jr. as he performs his own song that he done. And we are just about to witness Roy Jones Jr. doing that in front of this crowd. How insane is this? Here he is, 1 minute he's commentating, Joe, next minute he's fighting, next minute he's in the corner. And now we hear him singing as well. Enjoy, guys.
Roy Jones, unbelievable man.
Can't be touched, can't be stopped, can't be moved, can't be rocked, can't be shook. We hot when we're united. We came to get crunk, we came to bring life, we came to get it started, came to get it right. Turn down my music, turn down my mic. Open your heart, not for you. My whole jacket, my I feel that police and duck my people. I ain't going to court. You can call the judge, touch this my, cause I ain't gon' budge and I ain't going back to lock up. You're trying to block up. I ain't going back to broke and I'm never gonna stop the puffin'. Not for nothing. The block they need me, the street they need me. The club seen people, it's mine, believe me. You don't believe me? Touch, can't be stopped, can't be moved, can't be rocked, can't be shook. We hot when we're unique. We came to get crunk, we came to bring life, we came to get it started, came to get it right. Turn down my music, turn it up my mic. Open your heart for me, look what I got for you. You in the presence of greatness, I make it hot for you. Back to rock to me, knock it, I run with it. Get for the game and all that comes with it. So full of focus, I'm insisting on keeping it going. The franchise, I exist in a league of my own. Expectation of me would be ignored. The truth back in this brick wall in the road, I won't move. The kingdom like Roy in the ring, I can't move. Show the face you will compare to mine. You wanna walk? I ain't hard to find. I holler back, man. Can't be touched, stop, can't be moved, can't be rocked, can't be shook. We hot when we're united. We came to get crunk, we came to bring life, we came to get it started, came to get it right. Turn down my music, turn up my mic. Hey, y'all right there. I move with my heart, say move. Feels like a man, got nothing to prove. Stubborn as a hot damn mule. God in my corner, nigga can't lose. Try to take me out my hot damn shoes. See how quick I jump and give you tickets to blues. They gon' say you want a hot damn move. And that ain't even nothing. Link me to the crime, not a print, not a hot damn move. Big music down is what I came to do. It ain't paying my hot damn move. Shaking you people down is anything you do. We best up your block and ooh. My screws are loose. Don't call my hands cause you gon' make me a hot damn fool. Dead discussion. You will not win cause I will not lose. Touch can't be stopped, can't be moved, can't be rocked, can't be shook. We hot when we're unique. We came to get crunk, we came to bring life, we came to get it started, came to get it right. Turn down my music, turn up my mic. Yeah, party here in the building, baby. I hope y'all are going tonight. I hope y'all are going to fight. Y'all keep cheering for them. Thank y'all for coming out. I love y'all, Cayman, and I'll see y'all next time. Woo! Yeah!
Woo! Wow. There you go, Mr. Roy Jones
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Jr.
let's show one more time.
When you say superstar, that is a superstar. Listen to the crowd go wild here. What a performance. What a man Roy Jones Jr. is.
To the Cayman Islands. This is your second time here. Why do you keep coming back?
Wow.
It's my third time. If I keep coming back, it's because I like it.
He likes it here, guys. So what brings you here on this particular occasion?
I came back 5 times in boxing because I love it. So I'm on number 3 here. You know I'll be back 2 more times for sure because the hospitality here is unbelievable. It's one of the most beautiful places you ever want to go, and the people here are so nice that you can't believe it.
And so, how have you been spending your time, your downtime in the Caymans?
Say again?
How have you been spending your downtime?
Eating as much seafood as possible.
The seafood here is good?
The seafood here is out of this world.
Fantastic. So, you were here because in the main event, you have a boxer fighting. Tell us a bit more about your boxer and what do you think his chances are of winning?
I got Mehdi Jangra of India fighting. He's trying to become the first world champion of India. It's a very tough opponent he's fighting against, so he's not out here against a guy who can't beat him. This guy's very good himself. So I'm looking forward to a wonderful night, and the reason I love this is because we bring you guys real fights. We bring you guys fights that are 50-50. We don't know who's gonna win coming in, but we do know who's gonna win when they go out. That's what the fans deserve, that's what we bring.
Fantastic. Thank you for chatting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time the legend, Roy Jones Jr. And of course, Joe Cortez in the ring as well, the legendary man in the middle, the referee Joe Cortez. Aren't you lucky here in the Cayman Islands to have such boxing royalty here on your beautiful island? So ladies and gentlemen, the next fight is due to start shortly. This is Clash in Cayman, Rumble in the Rock.
Yeah, unbelievable. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Wow, wow, oh wow. That was some performance there. Just looking at Enzo Macronelli, who's walking towards me. He's giving me the daggers there. I'm not sure what's going on here. He looks very serious, still very, very pumped about his young fighter there. And yeah, just going to grab a word with Enzo Macronelli here. Enzo got in the ring there. I was saying to Ashley, what a good performance. A girl been in the gym a week with you, sorry, a year with you. Coming over, switching sports from kickboxing to boxing. But what an effort there, mate.
Yeah, tremendous effort from Ashley. You know, I thought she'd been unfair with the judges. I thought they didn't praise her good work, which she's done a lot of. Look, she's been in the gym a year. I'm not going to moan about the results. I don't score at ringside, but she done excellent. The stock has risen. Again, a year boxing to do something like that with Healy showed the potential she has.
Yeah, it certainly does show that potential that she has there, and you know, I think that she can only learn from that, can't she? That she can go away and that can mould her as a fighter. Because I was saying to her there again, I said, listen, you didn't get defeated there. If anything, you was victorious, because you look at the way the crowd loved it, with the performance she put in. She showed grit, determination, heart, all of that ends. She can only gain from that, can't she?
Yeah, of course she can. You know, just lacking that little bit of experience, the ring IQ, coming around the ring, how to cut the ring off a little bit more. But again, you know, I can't fault her. She done what I asked. She's very, very inexperienced to be in at that level, and she acquitted herself very well. I'd like to see her dropping down a weight now, bantamweight, which is going to suit her more size. But look, she's strong, she's fit, she's always learning, and I'm looking forward to the future for her.
Listen, what is the future for her now? What are you actually thinking about? You're thinking about now, sort of like taking her down to bantamweight, moving on. You've got a gym full of great fighters as well. Actually, mate, looking at you. What's going on here? Is there a little comeback coming back here, or what? What's happening?
No, not at all. I just in the gym. I got a lot of young fighters. I don't want them to think they can take the big dog yet. So I'm just keeping myself handy. But as for Ashley, I'd like her to go down to bantamweight. She made super bantam quite easy, and obviously with her height, it'd be more even size-wise. But excellent performance, done me and done the team proud, and I look forward to the future for her.
Absolutely, listen, she's got a bright future, that's for sure, mate. What about Roy Jones there, by the way? I mean, Guy had shared a ring with Roy Jones, he was victorious over him. I mean, you look at him, the career he's had, he's an incredible guy, and you know him, and you've become very good friends with him. But what about that performance, mate?
Absolute legend, mate. You know, still pulling that off. You know, absolute brilliant. Look, people always ask me, would I have beat Roy in his prime? Look, if I'd have landed on his chin at any time of his career, I'd have knocked him out. But in his prime, I'm 99.9% sure I wouldn't have caught him. He was that good.
Absolutely, mate. You know, he was one of the greatest of all time. That is for sure. In his prime, you put him in his prime, and you go, you know, that's why he is one of the greatest. 4-weight world champion from middleweight up to heavyweight. You can't take that away from the guy, but. Mate, that performance he done there, but what about the character of the man, right? He's got two people fighting tonight. He's in the commentary position. I didn't even know he's getting up there to do that. Gets up there, sings his song. What's going on?
Complete multitasker, mate. You know, he's not slowing down. Like you said, he's on the commentary, he's singing, he's doing bits and bobs, he's working the crowd. He better have his head screwed on, though, because my boy Conor McIntosh is up against his boy in the main event. Again, Conor's a big underdog. Trust me, Conor can fight, and we come in here to win.
And that is exactly where I was going. This is one of those very rare moments where, you know, the great Roy Jones Jr. shared the ring with Enzo Maccarinelli, the great Enzo Maccarinelli, former cruiserweight world champion. They shared the ring together. They had battle together. Enzo come out victorious. Now they're in the corner again, opposite corners, but this time as trainers. How weird does that feel, by the way? Because like you two, like I was saying earlier on in the programme, when a boxer, you know, shares the ring with another fighter, that gladiatorial sport that we're in, something really strange happens to you two after that moment, because it's a moment that only you two share. So you sort of become lifelong friends because it's something only you two are ever going to know together, and it's a gladiatorial thing. You and Roy have become very close. Now you're in opposite corners.
Yeah, there's no friendship tonight, I'll tell you that one. It was friendship.
Brutal. It's brutal,
It was
mate.
friendship. It was friendship last night. It was friendship at the governor's house. He said some lovely things about me, but tonight he's my enemy. And look, we're happy to be here. Conor's been given a chance. Like I've said before the press conference, I know our role. He's come over to make Mandeep Jangra look good. We are going to upset the cart. Conor's come in. He's trained hard. He's grafted hard. He's listened. I actually think they've underestimated Conor, but you know, he's up against it. He's got a big challenge on his hands, but he will give it everything he got. Like Ashley, he's going to give it everything he got. Different style to Ashley, but he will give it everything he got.
Listen, he's the top of the main event here this evening, and I'm really, really looking forward to that one. Yeah, Mandeep Jangra is the guy that starts the favourite. He's the guy that's come over here, and people are expecting to win, but you got different ideas, my man, and I know that you have. You go, listen, and I know Conor has as well, by the way. What an incredible story this young man's had, and I will tell you about this story. You know, the way that he sort of like life spiralled out of control, pulled himself back together, and we'll go through that in a little bit more detail, you know, just before he does his ring walk or whatever. But the kid's an inspiration to get himself to where he was, hitting that lowest point and then picking himself up and getting himself where he is now. You must be proud of him as well.
Mate,
what a lovely kid.
More proud of that than anything else. 2 years ago, never thought he'd step foot in the ring again. You know, he come to the gym, trained hard, worked hard, and like I said, he got himself to this point where people are not giving him much of a chance. But if you look at his record, it doesn't look like his punch out. And we were talking earlier, Spence, journeyman over here, the so-called journeyman over here, are a lot different to America. The American boys, they're just not very good boxers. They come in to win, they get knocked out. The journeyman here, they come in to defend themselves. They come in to last the course. They come in to trouble the young fighter. So when you look at Mandeep Jangra's record, he's knocked these boys out. You look at them fighters, they've been knocked out numerous times before. Look at Conor's record. He's gone on points. You look at the boys he's gone on points with. They lose on points. They don't get knocked out. So, you know, I think they totally underestimated Conor's punch power. But I can tell you now, Conor can really crack. That's not what we're going to rely on, but he can really crack.
Yeah, listen, I was just speaking to him. I was with him yesterday in the hotel after he'd done his weigh in, and he was telling me about his struggles, outside of the ring. He don't want to use this. He said, I don't want to. I went, no, you need to tell it because it's inspirational. It goes much bigger than boxing. Troubles outside the ring and falling off the rails a little bit, but pulling himself back together, which was the incredible thing. He said, look, Spence, I was drinking too much, put on loads of weight, my life spiraled out of control, and I got it back together, and that's through the grace of boxing. And Enzo Calzaghe playing that father figure with me in the gym, working with me, getting me back to this point. And he feels like, I said to him, listen, the fight's already won, mate. Now this is the easy part. You get in there, what you've just been through, and I know it's that old cliche, but what he's just been through, Ends, to go from where he was, rock bottom, to pulling himself back, to getting himself in this position, I go, this is the easy part, really.
Mate, it's an amazing story. It's one he needs to share. I don't know how much. I'm going to leave it up to him to share. But it was one of them points where he was the lowest of the low. He had nowhere to go. He didn't want to go anywhere. And he was just in a bad point. He started boxing. Like I've always said, boxing's a cruel sport. Boxing's a spiteful sport. And not to be horrible, but boxing can take lives. But I can tell you now, boxing will save a lot more lives than it takes. Unbelievable sport.
Yep, it certainly will. And listen, we've still got a couple of decent contests to come for you. We've got Michael Damarinas going in against Eduardo Esquivel. That's coming up very, very shortly. What a fight that is. Damarinas actually boxed Naoya Inoue, lost in 3 rounds against Naoya Inoue.
No shame in that.
No shame in that at all, mate. That was for the IBF bantamweight title, and he goes in there now against Esquivel.
Fancy the crack of Inoue a new day, Spence?
Yeah, why not, mate? It's like, you know what I mean? You always had to have the easy one, didn't you? You know what I mean? Yeah, no, that's a great contest we got kept coming up. Before we get to the main event, the WBF Super Featherweight title against this guy's man, Conor McIntosh. He's going in there taking on Mandeep Janga in a fight that promises fireworks. Make sure you guys stay tuned. There we are, tail of the tape there. We see the Mandeep's record there, 10-1 with 7 KOs. And he goes in against Conor McIntosh, 8-1, 30 years of age. Said this is the thing he's been dreaming about, opportunity, gets it out here in the Cayman Islands. Boy, we can't wait for that. 12 rounds, WBF Super Featherweight title.
Can't wait, Spence, can't wait.
I know you can't, mate. I can see you itching there. We saw you in the corner with Ashley, actually, and I saw how invested you are in your fighters, how emotional you are over your fighters. You're in there, you live it, you dream it, and I know what you think of Conor and what he's done, what he's achieved already, and we wish you all the best of luck, Enzo. I hope it all goes well, mate. No, you got to get off to the dressing room and start looking after him, so appreciate your time, mate. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Well done. And listen, guys, if you can stay with us just for another 5 or 10 minutes or so. There's been a slight delay there. I'm just going to be joined again by Joe Cortez, the great legendary referee, as we're waiting, Joe, for this next contest to start. Yeah, and we're just going to. I've just been told that we're going to get the sports minister over actually to explain exactly what this is and what's going on around here. And here we are. Oh, we've got all the trouble coming in here as well. The promoter, Mr. Dennis Hobson. Would you like to say a few words about how it's gone tonight, Dennis, and how you feel it's going?
Thank you ever so much, mate. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here always, Spencer. And I'm sure you'll agree that every fight that we put together is competitive, yeah. and more the merrier. And for us to team up with TalkSport and yourselves and all the guys at TalkSport, this is just the start of a long journey, Spencer. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't really take to your company that often, but you've grown on me, Spencer.
Oh, that's very, very kind of you, Dennis, and you've grown on me as well, mate, bringing me to places like the Cayman Islands. We've got the first show here, Clash of the Caymans, back in December, where we saw Katie Healy actually win that Commonwealth title. She defended it in a fantastic contest here this evening. I'm looking around, I'm looking at the appetite that there is for boxing out here, actually. Absolutely packed crowd of 1,000+ people here, and we're just lucky now to be joined by the sports minister of the Cayman Islands to explain a little bit bit more about what this means to have boxing coming over here like this. The likes of Joe Cortez, the legendary referee, Roy Jones Jr., the amount of people that are invested in boxing, love the boxing, the tourism that will be coming. This is only great for the island, surely.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It absolutely is fantastic for our country, with the likes of Joe Cortez and Roy Jones here supporting these events. It only will put Cayman on the map, because the last event I was fortunate enough to visit, and I've been a boxing fan in live since then. I've been to all of the boxing matches in Cayman since then.
Oh, and that's exactly what it is. See what boxing does. It's like you go one of those things where you go, we do it so many times. We do it on our broadcasts or whatever. People that go wherever they've not really got an appetite for boxing, but when you see it live and you see it in the way the events are put together and the effort that the people put into it, the males, the females, and what they put on the line every single time for our entertainment, that beautiful brutality that we see that attracts us to watching it. And what an event we've had here so far this evening. We've had 3 brilliant fights, and who would have thought, right? We see Roy Jones Jr., you know, what is he, 4-weight, 9-time world champion, going from middleweight up to heavyweight. We're in the commentary position. He says, Spence, I'm just going to go, mate. I'll be back in a minute. All of a sudden, he walks through the ring walk doing his song that he sung, and he absolutely, it was unbelievable.
He killed it. He killed it, because I was over in the other table talking to one of my friends, and all of a sudden they said, Roger was coming out, and then I heard the music. I said, crap, I had to run and get my phone to take some pictures, because this is unbelievable, man. But Roy Jones has been one of those fighters I admired from watching him on TV, and the work and his work ethics of what he did to be at the top of his game.
Yeah, absolutely, and an honour it must be for you to get him to this island, and people like Joe Cortez, who's been telling us some of the stories about the fighters that he's been involved with, the fights he's been involved with, and, you know, going way back when, you know, right back to the days of Muhammad Ali, and it's just insane. I could sit here and listen to it all night.
Yeah, I could as well too, because the stories that these men who have set the standard for what we've seen on TV these days has been fantastic. People like Joe Cortez, where I used to watch in my younger days. But I'll tell you a little secret. When I was growing up, we didn't have a lot of live television here, and we had to watch boxing on a VCR tape many years ago. And my father did not like us watching boxing. It was too brutal. But I absolutely love it. I enjoy coming to the boxing events in Cayman, and as long as I'm able, I will be supporting it.
Yeah, well, we really hope you do, because we've been to this island for the first time for me, and it's been absolutely fantastic, to be fair, the way we've been treated, and what a beautiful island it is. And yeah, the boxing has been first class. It really has. I think the event, the promotions, Fight Zone, Dennis Hobson, you know, Talk Sports involvement in that as well, coming to this island has been brilliant, and we've got 2 fantastic contests still to come up. So we thank you for that, and long may this continue here in the Cayman Islands. And we know Joe Cortez has got a little problem there with the microphone or the earphones, because the thing just dropped off the table, and I'm trying to work out or fix it while we're doing it, actually.
Yeah. But thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate it, because this, as long as I'm able to support the boxing in the Cayman Islands, I'll do what I can to uplift the sport of boxing, because we've seen some fantastic fights here today, especially the amateur fights with the Cayman athletes. It was fantastic. They really impressed me. Yeah,
it's incredible actually watching those amateurs and watching them, and they were good kids as well. Like, you know, they were very well. You know, you look at the foundations of them. You know, and you look at that and you go, it was fantastic. You know, so you can see that boxing will grow here as well, which is brilliant. Just going to try and get Joe's.
Yes, it was, and I mean, certainly thanks to GBH Productions and promotions, that it has been an absolutely fantastic event thus far, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for ensuring that we have such a wonderful event here in the Cayman Islands.
Well, brilliant, thank you so much, and you know, we really appreciate you putting these events on. Like I say, let's hope that these continue. We've got 2 more fantastic fights coming up, by the way.
But I just want to wish you guys, I hope you guys are going to be coming back, and you need to come back to the District of Eastern, where I'm from and which I represent in the government, in the parliament. So please make sure you guys come back. Joe, I want to see you back in Cayman.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Joe was talking about that Cayman Islands and how great, you know, the place is, and how well he's been welcomed, actually. So, yeah, of course we want to come back. Of course we want to be a part of that. So, yeah, we'll definitely be there. Thank you so much, and continue, yeah, with this boxing journey, because I'm sure it's going to be a great one.
Baboy ang Pilipino! Baboy ang Pilipinas! Baboy ang Cayman. ¿Qué más? Podemos decir in Spanish. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, I've got a man over here. He wants to send a message to Wisconsin. Come on up here, Corey.
Well, I think we're back in business. We're back in business, Joe. Little minor hiccup there with the microphones, but as expected, we've been on air now for a little while. We're just trying to fill a little bit of time here as we're waiting for this next contest to come along. But Joe, it's been great so far, hasn't it?
It's going good so far. I mean, it's a great night of boxing. I mean, can't wait for the next fight coming up. I mean, every fight tonight has been a knockout. I mean, a knockout in the sense that it's been a great fight.
Yeah, sure, certainly has. And the crowd have stayed here actually to stay involved. And I'm just looking around here to see if there's anyone else we can pull in on this promotion to have a little chat with as we're waiting for this next fight. And I'm being told it's due in around the next 5 minutes or so. So, yep, if you can just stay with us. The next fight, the ring walks are due around 9:30 Cayman time. I think that's 2:30. I'm working it out. I think it's 2:30 a.m. in the UK. So yeah, we're just approaching now 9:30 here. It's from 2:30 a.m. UK time. And guys, do not leave there, by the way, because I promise you, the two fights we got coming up are unbelievable fights. You know, we mentioned it. I mentioned it just now. And yeah, they're unbelievable fights. So stay with us.
Anybody without tickets, shake. If you don't have any tickets, I'm going to make sure you have a fair opportunity.
It was loud.
I know somebody's searching over here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is $5 a ticket, and we'll give you 5 for 20. And how many for 38? 8. That's a deal right there. You only increase your chances to win. Come on, guys. One. Come on, guys. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. We're not going to beg, but we're going to beg. Okay. We're not going to beg, but we're going to beg. How about one? How about over here? Close it. Here we are. Okay, ladies. Whoa, it's been a night. What do you want to tell me? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're here now. Yeah. Yeah, but we need the fight to come in because it's difficult for us because if you want, we can cut to the flag. We can cut to the flag or something just for a minute. Okay, guys, we're being told actually that the fight is going to start in about 5 or 6 minutes or so. So if you could just stick with us for that one. They're just getting ready now. The boxers are getting ready to begin their ring walk. So yeah, stick with us. Do not go off air because the next 6 minutes or so, we come out and we've got a fantastic fight coming up for you as well. A guy from the Philippines boxing, Michael Dismarinas. He goes in against Eduardo Esquivel in a fight that promises fireworks. 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant WBF International Featherweight title. Let me tell you a little bit about Dismarinas, a guy that has been there, seen it, done it. 35 fights, 35 wins, 3 defeats, 2 draws and 24 KOs. And guess what? This is the level that he boxed at. Back in 2021, Dismarinas boxed Noye Inoue for the IBF Bantamweight title. That tells you the level that this kid was at. Yes, he lost in 3 rounds, but Noye Inoue, as we know, the monster, you know, what would you expect? And Dismarinas is a tough guy. And he's in, Joe, against a tough guy in Esquivel, Eduardo Esquivel, who I was speaking to earlier, actually. And he said, listen, don't worry about that. Boxing is steeped with upsets, and I'm going to pull an upset off here.
I tell you, well, Michael Dismarinas hasn't lost a fight in the last 10 years. You don't find many fighters that have fought so many times, and only that one loss. And he had no shame when you lose to of the Japanese fighter.
Yeah, Naoya Inoue. When he lost to Naoya Inoue, he looks at that and you go, wow, that's like something else. That Naoya Inoue was a very, he's the pound for pound star. Desmarinas went in there. He's a heavy-handed fighter as well from the Philippines. Comes with a lot of respect, and he brings the heat. He comes for it. But Esquivel, who's got a record of his 21 fights, 16 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw, only 5 of those inside the distance. But he said, don't read too much about my knockout percentage because I'm going to come and I'm going to bring the fight to the guy that starts a huge favourite here, Desmarinas.
Dos Marinos has a lot of potential to be a world champion. He's heading that direction. He got the right people behind him. He's, I believe, the gentleman who's managing Manny Pacquiao.
That's right. He's managed by Manny Pacquiao's manager, actually. So he's in that sort of camp, which tells you.
Sean Gibbons.
That's it. Yep. And it tells you. So speaking to Sean, actually, and it tells you. He says, listen, this kid can fight. That is for sure. You look at him. You look at his record. He doesn't lose to many people. He's boxed a high caliber of fighter, and he comes out victorious a lot of the times. Joe, you know what Philippines is all about. Just not just Manny Pacquiao, but you go way back when, and Philippines has history of producing great fighters.
They're almost like the Mexicans, Mexican Filipinos. I mean, they're so disciplined, and they try so hard to be the best at what they're doing. He has great potential. And when you have Flash Lord, that was one of the first famous Filipino champions. Then you have Jesus Salud, and you have Manny Pacquiao. Now you have Michael Dos Marinos, who's on his way to World Championship material.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. We're just joined by Seaford, the sports editor here, and Seaford Randall Jr. Listen, mate, we've just been joined by your sports minister. What an honour that was speaking to him. He's shown his appetite for boxing, just on the island. I mean, what's your thoughts on that, him coming over and saying how much he's enjoying boxing right now?
I think everybody is enjoying boxing if they're in this arena here tonight. I'll tell you what, I don't think too much of it. Yeah, I don't have much comments to say on the minister.
What I'm saying is the sports minister, with his involvement in boxing, if he's enjoying it, he's bringing boxing to your island more. It's going to be beneficial for your young fighters coming through. We saw a couple of good young amateurs on the card tonight, so they've got that exposure and they will enjoy that. And, I think that with the Cayman Islands being, this small island, if you can start producing fighters and showing that you can get talent coming through this region, that can only be good, right?
100%. And you know what? I hope that that's the case from a government perspective. This, yes, it is. I hope that that's the case from the government's perspective. I don't like to get too political, but I hope that that's the case, that they get on board. Election is coming up, so this is the time now to get all the government members on board if you want some finances from them.
I had the honor of talking to him a little bit earlier at the table over there. And he was telling me he wants to talk with me. He wants to see me again. And he wants to take me out for dinner tomorrow night, but I'll be leaving tomorrow early. But I told him that I'd like to talk to him about developing more talent, more boxing here in the Cayman Islands. And he's for it 100%. So hopefully we can keep talking and can generate more interest in boxing here in the Cayman Islands.
Well, I don't think we're too far away now, guys, from maybe getting this ring walk going. And here we are. Yes, we've made it. We've made it through, guys. That was a long time to fill, but with the quality that is Roy Jones Jr., Joe Cortez, the legendary referee, Hall of Famer. We've got through that last half hour or so. I hope you guys have stayed with us. Thanks for staying with us. If you have, but trust me, you won't be disappointed. 2 unbelievable fights coming up. We've got the main event coming up after this one. That's Mandeep Jangra versus Conor McIntosh. That's for the WBF World Super Featherweight title. But before all that, a fight that we were just talking about, the vacant WBF International Featherweight title, a guy from the Philippines, Michael Dismaranas, a tough guy, goes in against Eduardo Esquivel. This one promises fireworks. Desmarinas has been there, seen it, done it, boxed the best, beat the best, and he's going to try and get back to the top, but he needs victory here against the very tough South American Eduardo Escobar.
Michael Dasmariñas.
As you can hear there by the crowd, Michael Dasmariñas certainly has a fan base here in the Cayman Islands. You know, the Philippine population here in the Cayman Islands is actually third to the Caymanians, then it's the Jamaicans, and then it's the Filipinos. So he has a massive fan base here. It showed in his last fight, last clash in Cayman in December of last year, and I guarantee he'll hear a lot of people screaming when he's finding success in the ring when this fight commences.
Well, they're the screams that Seaford was just talking about. You can hear the crowd have stayed. They have stayed. They've been waiting around for a half hour or so, waiting for this fight to happen.
Okay.
And now it is happening, and Dasmariñas looks like a very, very happy young fighter, actually. He will have refueled after the weigh-in yesterday, which was a great event as well. And here he is in the ring, and Joe, two experienced fighters here. This could be something special.
Yeah, it could be a very interesting fight. We also got a good referee, Chris Flores, very well experienced referee. He's out of Arizona and does a lot of work in Las Vegas as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's gonna be a great
fight fans from around the world, we welcome you to beautiful
me, this is
Cayman
the main
Islands
event of the evening.
As
Special
GBH
fight.
Promotions, in association with Fight Zone and the Fight Academy, presents
The referee is
the
making sure,
Clash
telling
in
them know
Cayman
that the
2
cup is okay.
Rumble
And the blue corner,
on
the cup is a little too high. He was telling him it's a little too high there.
This
you can see
is
it
our
over the
co-main
trunk,
event
and that's
brought
not
to you
fair.
by Creek
I mean, these are
Freeport
things
and
that
Elite Marble
the
and
cup should
Granite.
be below
Our
the
third
belt.
man in the ring tonight is Mr. Chris Flores. Fight fans, this is 10 rounds of boxing for the
Some fighter
vacant
like to
WBF International
keep that
Featherweight
belt
title,
to protect the
sanctioned
body
by the
shots.
Cayman Islands Boxing
Yep,
Commission
sure.
and the World
There's the
Boxing
legendary
Foundation.
referee, Joe
In
Cortez,
attendance from the
telling you
WBF
exactly
are
what it is,
Mr. Jason
what the rules
Vincent,
are,
the
and he's gonna
VP
be
of
talking us through
Americas,
that a
and
little
Gary
bit
Gillette
in this
in
contest.
charge
Actually,
of
we do
the
give you a little
Caribbean.
something different in this
Fighting
commentary
out of
tonight,
the
where we're
blue
getting different
corner
eyes and
with
different things. And
green
Joe
trunks
Cortez, the
has
best
a
in the
record of
business, best that's
16
been around
wins,
for
5 by
many,
knockout,
years.
4
And
losses
he's
and a
talking us
draw
through, you know, the
from
referee's
San
job in there
Ignacio,
as well, whether he's getting it
Belize,
right, whether
and
he's getting it wrong, where the low blows are, what the referee's meant to be doing at certain times. Fantastic insight into the referee. And if you like that sort of stuff, if you're that boxing fan and you want to know about that stuff, stay
In the
tuned,
red corner,
because we've got two
wearing
rough, tough
black-
fights
red
coming
trunks
up,
with black
and
trim.
the referee
His
will have a
record of
big
35
involvement in
wins,
that. And Mr.
24
Cortez
coming
to
by
my
knockout,
right-hand
3
side
losses and
is
2
going to talk us
draws.
through all
From
of that stuff.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun now watching Chris Flores. And I think they're really doing a good job. Good fight.
And it is once again our referee in charge, Mr. Chris Flores.
I gotta tell you, the main event has yet to come, but this fight in particular on the card is one that I am really excited about.
I agree with you 100%. Because both of these fighters can fight, you know, have a lot of experience, and they both want to make it to the top level as being world champions with the big sanctioning bodies. You know, WBF is doing a hell of a job putting these fights together, but these guys want to go to the next level with WBC, WBA, IBF, and WBO.
Well, I think there's a problem here with Esquivel's mouth guard. He's either forgot the mouth guard, bought the wrong mouth guard. I'm not sure what it is, but someone's just gone running back to that corner, so sorry for the slight delay here. And Dasmariñas over in the corner, looks very warm. He looks like he's been warmed up. Coach just telling him to stay active. Not that, guys, that he needs to warm up too much. The heat in here is very warm tonight, very humid tonight. We're very fortunate that we've got these big fans blowing on us that are doing a great job, actually.
Well, you're the more experienced boxer, probably one of the most experienced boxer tonight, outside of probably Roy Jones Jr. I wonder, from your perspective, when delays like this happen, what runs through your mind?
It's about keeping the mindset, staying focused, not changing, you know, your mindset, and that's what it is. And I think that's the importance of a fighter. You know, if you want to win a fight, if you get to a certain level, you have to stay switched on for 3 minutes of each round. 2 minutes 59 is not enough, because that 1 minute where you switch off, 1 second where you switch off, boom, it can be lights out. You know, that's where you're at here. So when you get little things like this, and fighters, you know, forget something or something happens, you just got to stay focused, tunnel vision, stick to what you're thinking about, the game plan, go over it in your head, stay nice and warm.
Back there giving the instructions?
I did, he had it back then. There's a black one, they brought out a white one, he can't fit that one.
Well, stay tuned, guys, because this one promises to be explosive, that is for sure. Frustration here from both guys. Boxers, like he's waiting for his gum shield in the corner.
Oh, here they come now.
Okay, I think we're ready.
It seems like it's the same mouth guard that they were trying to get rid of at first, but they're just settling now for the one that they didn't want in the first place.
I don't think it fits properly, that's the point. I think he's got a gum shield that's not been moulded to his mouth, and if the now this is where you come in, Joe Cortez, because if that gum shield keeps coming out, he gets disqualified, right?
What happens now is he's already been told to bite out the mouthpiece. Now, if he gets it with a punch and the mouthpiece go flying out, it can happen. Now, the referee got to take discretion. He's not spitting out intentionally, but if he get it punched out, you know, but he didn't have a fitted mouthpiece. He should have had one back in the dressing room. But that's why we've got to help him here with the inspectors, get inspectors in there to make sure they have all that before they come out.
Yep, at this sort of level, you should be having that fitted mouthpiece. But here we go, Michael Desperanas against Eduardo Esquivel. And Desperanas, the southpaw from the Philippines, stands taller than his opponent and already on that front foot.
I'm telling you, he's not going to take a back step. He is going to come forward this whole fight, and he just landed a staggering left hand to the body.
And you know what? When you get a southpaw like this, you got to be careful with the headbutts. Because when they come in, they both can clash heads very easily. You find a lot of that when there's a southpaw fighter involved.
Yep.
So there may be some accidental headbutts there.
Yeah, we have to keep an eye on that. Esquivel is the smaller of the two. He's known as an aggressive type of fighter, but so is Desperanas. And big shots going in here from the southpaw. Big shots thumping into the side there, and that just seemed to unsteady. Whoa, big right hand as well. Esquivel feeling this. He's in trouble here in this opening round, and it's on unsteady legs. Uppercut goes in as well.
Desperanas is a bad boy, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you're going to stop him. I can see it happening. And the referee got to take a close look at the fighter. And we don't want him to take unnecessary punishment.
Yep, he seems on unsteady legs. Big left hand goes in again there. Desperanas boxing out that southpaw style. What a talent this guy is. Big shots thudding in, and Esquivel seems well out of his comfort zone here in this opening round. Big left hand again through the middle. Sorry, Joe. He's not going to take too much more of this.
No, he can take going to take some punches here. The referee I can see the referee looking real close, looking at the eyes of.
Whoa, big shot, and that was it. Landed left hand, he stepped back, and Esquivel felt that one. The legs are totally gone, and Joe Cortez, I'm not sure he's going to beat the count here. No, he's in desperate trouble.
The referee going to stop it. That's it. Good stop.
That's it. What a performance by Michael Desperanas. Just an absolute clinic just now.
Michael is definitely world championship material.
Yep, he really is. No disgrace in losing to Naoya Inoue back in 2021 in Las Vegas. That was a few years ago. He would have learned from that. That was for the IBF bantamweight title. Naoya Inoue, of course, pound for pound, one of the best in the world right now. But Desperanas, on that sort of performance, will give anybody a run for their money. Out in the southpaw stance, timing was brilliant. The finish was savage. What a performance.
In the first round, he did it all in the first round.
Yeah, showing his caliber there, man. Yeah, he lost that Japanese sensation there That was his only loss since 2015. This guy has been on a tear.
Absolutely, and he will get that opportunity again. Like I say, it is all about opportunity, and he's been waiting now. He's winning on a run of a few wins now, and he's waiting for his time. He's waiting for that opportunity. Esquivel's a tough guy, but this game is all about levels, and I think we found that out tonight with Michael Desmarinas. What a sensation, southpaw, Filipino, and boy, don't they keep producing them, Joe, these lighter weights, the Philippines.
They're unbelievable. Michael has a great knockout power. You can see his record speaks for itself. Has a high percentage of knockouts. He did it again today. He didn't waste any time.
Yeah, brilliant performance there. As you can see, they're all very happy. Thankfully, looking over at Eduardo Esquivel, he looks okay now. The corner just taking his gloves off, which is always good news. But we witnessed something very, very special there. Seaford, you've been talking about him anyway. You know him very well. There's a lot of Philippines here in the Cayman Islands, so he's brought good support with him here, and he delivered, didn't he? I mean, look at that performance, was clinical, savage, and we talked about that beautiful brutality there. That was it in abundance.
100%. He is a special fighter, this guy, and I really would like to see him get a tougher opponent next. Maybe someone in the rankings or something that'll propel him closer to that title shot, because he's a special boxer. He really is.
He has all the talent. He has all the making of a champion. He got good defense, good offense, good punching power, and he's hungry.
Well, Joe, listen, we've seen it over in our time, and we've seen worse champions than
Ladies
that.
and
But now
gentlemen,
down to our MC.
After 2 minutes and 14 seconds in the first round, your winner by TKO, your new WBF International Featherweight Champion, Michael Hot and Spicy Desmarinas.
Well, what a performance there from Michael Desmarinas. As the referee raises his hand. And just posing for his photos now, as he rightly should be after that clinical finish. Very, very impressive indeed. Now we just have one fight to go. And this one is quite special, guys, so please, please, please stay with us. If you're watching from the UK, I know it's very, very late now, but it's going to be worth staying up for. 12 3-minute rounds for the WBF Super Featherweight title, vacant title, Mandeep Jangra. Roy Jones's guy, a guy that has an incredible story, 10 wins, 1 defeat, 7 0s by KO, lives out in Florida now, comes from India. I'll fill you in all the backstory with him, but lovely guy and, full of ambition to win this one. And he goes in against another guy that's got an insane story, Conor McIntosh. Been with him all week from Wales, 8-1. Never had a knockout, trained by Enzo Calzaghe. Told me, he said, listen, don't worry about the 0 knockouts on the record. This kid can hit. He's also had an incredible life, inspirational life. He was doing very well as a boxer, went off the rails, spiraled out of control. He talks to me a lot about the drink and his life that went away from boxing and nearly killed him in many ways. And he pulled himself back, got himself back into condition, back into title contention. That is the real story. That is the real story. Getting himself back to where he was. And what a journey it's been for Conor McIntosh. Could he top it off? Could it be the cherry on the cake? Conor McIntosh looked like 2 years ago he was going to take himself out, let alone, to finish himself off with the drink, with going out of control. Now he's got himself back there. What an inspirational story. Could he top it off by winning a world title against Mandeep Jangra? Could you imagine that, winning a world title and Roy Jones Jr. is in the opposite corner? How good would that feel, Joe, if you beat a kid that's trained by Roy?
I mean, you have to be very cautious because, if Roy takes the time to train somebody like that, he got a good fight in his hand. Roy Jones, he can make champions out there. We need better trainers in boxing, and Roy Jones definitely is one of them because he's been through it all. 9-time world champion, great fighter.
Ladies and
Good
gentlemen, make
defense,
sure
good
you
offense.
stick around
He's really
for
great to have
our
a boxer.
World
And I'm glad that
Super
we got him here at
Featherweight
Cayman Islands for this
fight.
special event.
Mandeep
Cayman Island is on
Jangra,
fire tonight.
Connor
With
McIntosh
boxing.
coming
It's
up
unbelievable.
shortly.
We need to go often.
Make sure you get some more food.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, guys, like I say, make sure you stay with us now. We know it's late back home in the UK. We're here in the Cayman Islands where boxing is really heating up. It's now 9:46 p.m. local time, and we have just had the co-main event. What a performance that was by Desperinas, Michael Desperinas. What a performance, and we've got another big fight coming up.
You fans out there, the boxing is really booming here in Cayman Islands week. Tonight's event was really special. All the fights so far, another main event coming up. This is what we want to see in the Cayman Islands. You have great fighters, great trainers, and the treatment they give you here is unbelievable. They give you VIP treatment all the way. We're so happy to be here, and hopefully the governor and the tourism department and the prime minister, everybody gets involved and gives a push to boxing, which is what we need. We need more individuals like myself, Roy Jones Jr., to come here on a regular basis and keep the ball rolling so we can keep boxing going at a top level here in the Cayman Islands. Now you, Russell, you can't hear? Okay, Russell, now you work here as a sports editor, and you're here at the Cayman Islands. How do you see boxing now coming in the Cayman Islands?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you just repeat that question?
How do you feel about the boxing in the Cayman Islands now that you're involved as a sports editor?
Well, I've seen it grown. I've seen it grown from we've had one boxer that has really taken Cayman to a sort of a global stage. His name is Charles Whitaker, the Killer Whitaker, and he retired, some 10 years ago from boxing. We haven't really had anybody that entered the pro ranks to get us over the top. We haven't ever had an amateur go to the Olympics. We haven't ever had an amateur qualify and went to the World Championships. We still have a lot of development to do here, but I think again, this is the right route to go. This is where the fighters can get exposure, understand what it's like to perform under the spotlight, and make a name for themselves.
And do you have a lot of tourists come into the Cayman Islands?
Exactly. Yeah. This is a. It's a very busy destination in the Caribbean for sure.
Well, listen, we're just about to be joined actually by Katie Healy. I think she's just coming over, and she's coming over with her belt. So let's just get a little word with Katie Healy. I wanted to catch up with her. We spoke. There you go. There's you go. Getting a little rehearsal there from Joe Cortez. Is always good. Legendary referee, Hall of Famer Joe Cortez, and he was very impressed with your fight, as was I as well. I mean, what a performance you put in there. I know we had a chance to speak a little bit in there, but I just wanted to congratulate you on the performance. Have a look at that little bad boy. Have a look at that little bit of bling. Hey, she'll have that round the pool tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
I will.
Absolutely. Listen, it's it was. I saw you actually round. You come round the house, and we saw you round the pool. And you were cutting weight, and that is the reality of how tough it is. You're out there, it's like 100-degree heat. We're all in the swimming pool swimming. You can't even go in the water, and then you go to me, Spence, I can't wait for it to be over. Once I get there, and I can have something to eat and actually drink something and walk around with a little bit of bling still on my shoulder, the same belt that she won out here a year ago, last December. Cayman Clash 1, the first show that they've done here. She's come back, she's topped it. The crowd absolutely loved you here, by the way.
Oh, thank you. No, it's amazing to be back, and the atmosphere here tonight has been amazing, and just meeting everybody and seeing people that I met here last year as well. It's been such a great night, and to top it off, walking around with this still on my shoulder and taking it back home. So, yeah, really happy.
Can I talk about the ring walk, by the way? So, I wasn't expecting it, if I'm honest.
I don't know where it come from either.
I wasn't expecting it, so I'm sitting there. I'm thinking, all right, yeah, we've seen Katie all week, and yeah, she likes a little chat. She can, but you know, most women do. She can have a little wagger, and I just saw you ring walk. The music come on. I'm like, go on, girl. Go on, girl. You was absolutely giving it there.
I
It was
living
brilliant.
my best life, I'm not going to lie. But we chose that song this week. Gav chose it. And then I don't know what come over me. I was having a great time and I thought, let's just go with it.
That's exactly what it was, though, wasn't it? It was about that being in the moment. And I saw you walk through the ring entrances that we got there, which are fantastic. And you had all the strobes and the smoke going. But it was when you come out of there, actually, I just went, she's in the zone, man. You just went, but it was like, I don't know if you left the Cayman Islands and went somewhere else or what, but you just like, biting your lip and going for it. And I just thought, fair play, man. Like, when you're talking about enjoying the moment and sucking it all up. And I spoke to Ashley, actually, about this moment, and it was very soon in the moment for her, but she said it was a pinch myself moment. A year ago, I started boxing. Then I come here. And I saw you doing that ring walk, and I thought, if there's two girls that have embraced this moment more than anyone, it was you two.
Yeah, and do you know what? I said it in the ring to Ashley, credit to her. A year in your career, that's so early. She's got so much time and a really bright future ahead of her, and she's right, it is a pinch me moment, and I'm lucky to be back here for the second time, and it still is a pinch me moment. It's such a beautiful place, amazing atmosphere, and yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be back here and hopefully be back again.
Well, listen, explain to me, why is the year that you've been out, obviously not a year, but you've been out since last December, so 11 months or so. How come you haven't boxed since then? Because Roy Jones Jr. said something, you're going to listen to the commentary back, I'm sure you are. Roy Jones said something that was very, very important to your development as a fighter, and he said that girl has improved so much. I was at the first one, the way she was working on the inside, shot selection and whatnot. Why was you a year out, and how have you improved so much in between that year?
So I have had one fight, but it was a 6-rounder about mid-year this year. But we've just been working behind the scenes. People have probably seen I've been a little bit quieter on social media and things like that because I've just been so focused. I'm so critical of myself and watching the fight back and kind of working on things with Gav behind the scenes, and we've had a vision of what we wanted, and we've started to see those improvements tonight, and to just hear from Roy Jones Jr. himself those improvements and even having a chat with him backstage, it's amazing to hear.
Yeah, I mean it was. I mean Roy was talking about how you was controlling the fight, working everything behind the jab, and then as expected Ashley started to come back into it a little bit, you know, we see, but I think it was a moment there where I thought she needs her second win. Like you seem to just lose a little bit of snap and a little bit of rhythm and maybe a little bit of focus in that middle part, but then you pulled it back together in that last quarter. You pulled it back together and you just shot selection, and Roy's like, she's back, and you put yourself back in the game again. But credit to Ashley for taking you there, but credit to you for showing that adaptability.
Yeah, 100%, and it happens. We said it back in the warm-up room before coming out to the fight, that if it does happen where I start getting a bit flustered from Ashley coming on to me so much, just take a step back and go back to your basics, and that's exactly what I did. Yeah, fair enough, a round or two might have lost a little bit of focus, but like you say, it's just adapting, and that's all part of the game, and it's difficult to do. It's really difficult to jump back, and you'll know yourself when you're in the ring, time goes very quickly.
It does, and if it's really, really hard and you're starting to run out of steam, time goes very, very slowly, trust me. I remember the first time, my first European title defence, and I went into a 12-rounder, I went 12 rounds for the first time, and I remember looking up, and you see, like sometimes the worst thing you do is look at that ring girl, and you look up and you see round 6, and you think, really?
Yeah.
I'm only halfway there, and they sort of like, and you look up again, you go round 9, oh, I'm getting there now, and you see round 11, you think, right, there you go. It's mad how the brain works, isn't it? Like that first 12 rounder, or for you, in your ladies' cases, then 10 rounds. That first 10 rounder, you go, it feels like you're in there forever. Like the emotions and everything you go through, People just won't understand. It's an insane thing, isn't it?
No, it's right. And I've done quite a few 10-rounders now, and there's part of me that loves them because we only have 2 minutes to show what we can do, and those 2 minutes go so quickly. But then equally, you're right, when it's a tough fight and you're only halfway there, you're like, come on now, come on.
Yeah. I mean, that extra minute, by the way, like people always ask me about that. Should women be doing 2 minutes? Should they be doing 3 minutes? I know a lot of you women want to do those 3 minutes, but that extra minute is like, oh mate, it's like an extra 10 rounds in every round, especially when you're feeling it. It's like do the 2 and you think, yeah, you're right then, but that extra kicking on like that. I was going to ask you, is that something that you would like to see change? People ask about that. I say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because I think the tempo that you girls do is brilliant, and I think that I've sort of been quite vocal about it. I said, listen, they may not hit as hard as men, but their bone density is different as well. The skull structure is different as well. Sorry, mate.
You're going to end up getting in a fight out here, but in a minute.
Carry on, mate. Skull should spin a long night as well. Skull structure is different, like bone density is not as thick and all that. So I just think, why break something? Why do you always want more if we're getting what we want?
Yeah, no, and I get that. And I think I've kind of got a mixed opinion about it, because I think the 2 minutes that we do have, you see explosive fights. Like I said before, we have a really short period to show what we can do, and you see that. You see really quick pace. But then again, in 3 rounds, would we see more stoppages? Potentially. I think it would slow the game down. And it's a difficult decision. And I think part of me is like, yeah. And then the other part of me is like, do I really want to do a 3-minute round? We'd have to wait and see. But yeah, it's one of those. There's a lot that goes into it. And you're right, there's a lot of science. Women are built differently too. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, listen, I've kept you to. You don't mind a chat though, do you?
I don't mind a chat.
You're all right, aren't you?
I'm okay.
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, I think we're nearly ready to go now anyway. So I think, yeah, shall we let you go? Do you want to go?
Yeah,
do you want to stay? You want to go?
I'll go.
Yeah, go on then. She's earned the right to go. I'm not going to argue with her anyway. Listen, you go and enjoy that.
This week,
absolutely, absolutely. Listen, congratulations. You enjoy yourself, and we'll speak to you soon. Yeah, thank you.
Round figures 2,400. A lucky winner is going to be taking home $1,200. $1,200. If you get to have a ticket, all it takes is 1 ticket to win. 1 ticket. I've got the ladies coming out shortly. They're going to be right here on the top level stage, stationary. They're going to have their 50-50 caps on. You need to buy your 50-50 ticket at 10:15. We close the gate. We close the ability to buy anymore.
Well, there we go. Katie Healy in that great performance that she put on this evening. I thought that was very, very impressive indeed. If you're still with us back home, it's 10 p.m. out here, so I know it's getting very, very late for you guys out there now. 3 a.m. your time, but this main event is coming up. All down to local TV station time that we are just having a little pause here in this waiting for this main event to come up. All because we're just waiting for 14 minutes until we get this next fight on. So I believe that we're going to be with you by 10 past. So there you go. Stay with us. Stay with us, please.
Here at about 10:20. You have till 10:15. We're going to get the final count. Again, ladies and gentlemen. You've done a great job. You helped support the nonprofit.
Roy Jones Jr. and I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Box in Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor. TV Azteca.
Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana, el Bout de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos en el Valle Napaisí. Ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring. El que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín. Legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring. Mirando la Procat, como Julio C. Están llegando a tu pantalla, Simón TV Azteca.
Que suene la campana del Bout de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, que nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del Bout de Azteca. parezca, los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Misión Texas, Valle de Texas, que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Misión Texas, Valle de Texas. TV Azteca, solo mejores, voz Azteca, solo campeones, representando las ligas mayores. Otra cadena, no nos copien, no nos copien, no nos podrán igualar, para que tú puedas hacer realidad. No hay nada que nos pueda matar, para que tú puedas hacer realidad.
Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luchen. Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luchen.
Roy Jones Jr. and I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, RGB. Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Box in Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor. TV Azteca.
Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor. TV Azteca es el campeón.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. No hay nadie se parezca, lo primero haciendo historia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
This is what it is. You know that when we hear that, we've got the big thing coming. We got the big fight coming up. And just before we do that, I've just seen this young lady, Ashley Johnson, and I wanted to bring her over and get her involved here and speak to these guys. Joe Cortez, obviously legendary referee. And I just wanted to say, Ashley, we just had Katie on, and she was very, very, respectful to you and what you done and the performance you both put on in here. I told you in the ring what I felt. It's been absolutely amazing. 1 year you've been boxing and you put a performance like that. You can only grow from that, get better from that. That will mould you as a fighter. You go away, you go back to the drawing board, you work on what you need to work on, and you come back bigger, better, stronger. That was a great fight for your third fight.
Yeah, 100%. Katie, I knew she was a good girl before we'd started, so I knew I was in for a good fight from the word go, really. But yeah, great fight, and just on to the next now.
Absolutely. So you go away, you're going to have a nice... Are you out tomorrow? When do you go home? Monday?
Yeah, we're going Monday, so we'll enjoy tomorrow.
So you're going to go, are you going to have a drink, you're going to go on the boat, you're going to go and see the stingrays, you're going to enjoy yourself, you deserve it. What a performance. By the way, I want to see you dancing in here as well. Sweet Caroline, if Joe Cortez can do it, I'm sure that you can, Ashley, and it was a great performance. Well done. I wanted to congratulate you on that, and I'm glad that I called you over. So go and enjoy the rest of your time now in the Cayman Islands.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the ring, from Wales, Conor McIntosh.
Well, here we go, Conor McIntosh. What an event, what an evening we've had so far. And now we're down to the final contest. 12 3-minute rounds, WBF Super Featherweight title on the line. Mandeep Jenga event, Conor McIntosh. This one promises to be good. Conor McIntosh gets his opportunity. Looks like his career was over. His life spiraled out of control. He's pulled himself back together, pulled himself up there, said that he hit the lowest point in his life. He went through all sorts of trouble outside the ring, got himself back together. Shouldn't even really be here today, but he is here and now fighting for the WBF Super Featherweight title. And he said to me, Spence, I am not letting this go lightly. He wants this. This is all about opportunity, and he's certainly got that opportunity here. He's brought a good crowd with him, and as you can see, Enzo Macronelli in the corner, former Cruiserweight World Champion, WBO Cruiserweight World Champion, is in the corner, and guess who's in the other corner? One Mr. Roy Jones Jr. with Mandeep Jenga. This one, Joe, promises to be a great fight.
It should be a great fight. I mean, they're both in great condition. They were both focused. They've been talking much about it, and I guess the ring announcer ready to go on.
Yep, and here we go. Here's the announcement for Mandeep Jenga.
Please welcome from India, Chandy Mangra.
Conor! Well, here he comes, Mandeep Jenga. 10 fights, 1 defeat, 7 of those wins inside the distance. Great boxing IQ, incredible story. Moved into Roy Jones's home in Pensacola. Lived there for 8 months. That shows you what Roy Jones does with his fighters. He took him in, he teached him, he built him, developed him as a fighter. Jenga lost his last fight, unexpected loss in his last fight, split decision. He now gets that opportunity again to right the wrongs of that decision. Been around him this week, he's oozing confidence, incredible story, moved into Roy Jones's place, like I say, now lives in Tampa, works at a 7-Eleven store, says that he wants to get out of that, change his life. Well, he's changed his life already, moving from India, now finds himself in a WBF heavy super featherweight title.
Please stand for the Cayman National Anthem.
Oh, and the soft, fresh breezes of verdant trees so fair, with thy Creator's glory reflected everywhere. O sea of palest emerald, merging to darkest blue. When in my thoughts fly Godward, I always think of you. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming, coming very soon. Oh, beauteous sign to thee, although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines thee yet. Homeland fair Cayman, I cannot thee forget. Thank you.
Ladies, please remain standing for the Welsh National Anthem. Please remain standing for the Indian national anthem.
Live from Cayman. Exclusive on Fightstone, GBH Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson presents 12 rounds for the WBF Super Featherweight Championship of the World. Sponsored by Elite Marble and Granite. Here from the WBF World Boxing Foundation, America's Vice President Jason Vincent. Your judges at ringside, Ed Pearson, Joel Scobie, and Dale Ramoon. And your referee in charge of the action, Stephen Blear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. Cayman, make some noise! Introducing first in the blue corner, wearing the black shorts, standing with his head trainer Enzo Macronelli. Weighing in at 129 pounds, his record 8 wins and 1 defeat. From Port Talbot, Wales, Conor Conzo McIntosh. And his opponent in the red corner, wearing the cream shorts. He stands with his head trainer, Roy Jones Jr. Weighing in at 130 pounds, his record, 10 wins and 1 defeat. 7 wins coming by way of knockout. From Cayman, India, Mandeep Jangra.
Okay, gentlemen, you both are going to be representing your countries, fighting for a world title fight. I want 12 rounds of clean boxing. I don't want to see anything back here, back there, or here's his belt line, nothing below this here. This is perfect right here. Are you looking, listening? Okay, just touch him up. Let's take care of business.
Well, there's the referee with his final instructions, and now we are underway. 12 3-minute rounds for the WBF Super Featherweight title. Mandeep Janga from India against Conor McIntosh from Wales.
Okay, gentlemen, have a seat. Have a seat. Ready? Let's go.
Here we go, beginning of the first round. McIntosh boxing out the southpaw style in those black shorts against Mandeep Janga. Guy that used to live with Roy Jones, spent 8 months at Roy Jones's house before moving down to Tampa, where he now works in 7-Eleven. Says that this is a big opportunity for him. Nice kid. Been speaking to him this week. And also Conor McIntosh. What a guy he is. What a story he is. What an inspiration he is as well. Expecting a good one here, guys.
I tell you that McIntosh is a southpaw, and I'm going to give Jenga a little difficulties because it's always tough to fight a southpaw. And I hope that in training, I'm sure that Roy Jones had him sparring with a left-handed fighter to make it, he could accommodate much better. But it's not easy. he's telling the referee's warning him about stepping on each other's foot. And that happens when you have a right-handed fighter fighting a left-handed. They step on each other's foot, and the referee just warned him on that.
Yep, certainly does. Also, the best shot for the southpaw is that straight right hand through the middle. But been doing that. There you go. That's the shot that I was talking about. McIntosh got to be careful of that shot. Good confident start here from McIntosh, taking the centre of the ring, just looking to work behind that southpaw jab. But Jangra does look like he carries a bit of power. 7 of his 10 wins coming inside the distance. Good movement there, Joe, as well.
Yeah, he got good style, got good movement. And I remember Amir Khan from United Kingdom, a great Indian, from his parents from India.
Yeah.
He was one of the great ones. I refereed him several times in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Amir Khan was a great fighter himself back in the day.
Yes, he was.
What I see a lot with a lot of Roy Jones fighters is they keep that hand out. They don't have a tight guard like a traditional boxer. They're always loose and they keep that hand out there.
Yeah, the right hand that he threw was a little on the wild side. I didn't like that.
Yep, just with his feet out of distance there when he let that right hand go. He just needed to move his feet slightly into range by holding his feet the way that he did and throwing the right hand the way he did. He reached and leant forward, which puts himself in a very vulnerable position. Thankfully for him, McIntosh didn't make him pay.
Right.
It seems as if it's just like a feeling out process. These guys are not like a couple of the fights that we've seen. They're sort of testing each other here, but I say that and then they land the bomb.
Yep, lot on the line here for both of these guys. It could be a big turning point in their careers. That was a nice little bit of movement there. Good confident start this from McIntosh actually, because
yeah, Hank throw a straight right hand, hit it with a good straight right hand.
Yep, Django is the one that's probably coming here, started the favourite.
Referee got a water punch behind the head.
I don't know if there's a little clash of heads there as well, but yeah, bit naughty that punch behind the head, but I think they'll be pleased with that round there. Conor McIntosh started very well, but Django does look dangerous, does look heavy-handed. This one really could all be in the balance here, Joe.
It's going to be a difficult fight. When you fight a southpaw, it's always difficult. But the referee, Stephen Blair from Denver, Colorado, has 30 years experience as a referee, and I'm sure he'll be watching him with the punches behind the head.
Yeah, very close round that, both guys.
Very close.
Both guys, you know, working well behind that jab. Big right hands or big left hands coming in. Right hand, sorry, from Jangra. And McIntosh replying with the left hands as well. So this one all poised, all set to be something quite spectacular. Both guys have been talking the talk all week, Joe. Let's now see if they can walk the walk.
You know, a lot of these fighters, when you fight a southpaw, there's a tendency of clashing heads more often than regular. And you know, if there's an accidental headbutt, you got to go after 4 completed rounds to go to the scorecard. Before that, it would be a no decision. So anything with the accidental, after 4 completed rounds, there's no standing A count, and only the referee and the doctor can stop the fight.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. But both guys want this so much. You can feel the energy in there from both of these guys. They're taking a look at each other. There's a lot of mutual respect there, Joe. You can just see that, and they both recognise what's on the line for these one. The winner kicks on and gets great opportunities. The loser has to go back, rebuild. This is, you know, it's a difficult thing to do after boxing for a title.
Well, you know, when you lose a fight, you got to go back to the drawing board. But they're both young, and they both have enough time to get up to the championship material. Well, whoever wins this title here can definitely be moving up the ranks. He'll be rated one of the best in the world. But then you got to fight with one of the main sanctioning bodies out there. WBF has been around since 1988. But they want to fight for the green belt, WBC belt, WBA, IBF, or WBO.
Yeah, this is a great stepping stone, isn't it? Great,
For sure.
You know, to give you great leverage to springboard you up into bigger, better things. Not taking anything away from the WBF, but it does set you up and it gives you a good platform.
For sure, definitely, you know, it's the way to go. If you're going to start in boxing, I think that's the right way to go. It's 4 titles, lower division titles, but they develop into the world championship material.
Well, again, both guys sort of having their successes here. albeit little ones at the moment. There's a lot of respect from these two. Good movement there from Mandeep, working well. Oh, lovely movement again, gets a bit wild with that backhand, the right hand. Just wings it over there as well. McIntosh got to be careful of that, but lands some good shots himself.
That was a good right hand punch by McIntosh.
Certainly was.
And you know, that punch like that, the harder punches, the judges got to look at a punch like that. That's a punch that can get you over. A little competitive round, but that punch there can sway for the win of that round. Be that we're close to the end of the round now.
McIntosh was acknowledging that strike there from Mandeep, but he was not going to give him any time to breathe.
Yeah, he's had a better second round here, McIntosh, to be fair. He's sort of made a bit of ground up from that first round. Lovely straight left hand through the middle again there from McIntosh.
Here we got 10 seconds to go, and it looks like McIntosh put this round out.
Well, body shot just went in there. He's got to be careful, McIntosh. He doesn't get caught as he's coming in, doesn't get reckless, needs to stay.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Look at that, and if it gets really bad, they may consider stopping the fight. And when it's on the end of the eyebrow, or on the right side or left side, it's not too bad, but in the eyelid is more dangerous.
I want to ask you, Spencer, you think with an eye injury like that, you feel like Mandeep should go on the attack to the doctor?
Oh, well, listen, that will always inject a bit of energy and a bit of adrenaline into you when you see that you've cut your opponent like that and you're going to target it. Of course you're going to do, but the secret is not to get reckless, not to get complacent, because boxing, 1 second, one punch and the fight is turned around. At this level, you stay switched on 3 minutes of each round. You make that fundamental mistake, you pay the price. So for Mandeep, yeah, of course he's going to spur him on his do that cut and he'll head for it, but he won't get reckless in his approach.
And it's also very important who's the cut man in the corner. The cut man is the key person to keep that blood from flowing and you don't get blinded. I remember when I refereed Julio Chavez against Oscar De La Hoya, I had to stop it at I believe it was at the end of the 4th round, because Chavez was cut and the blood was so much blood coming on the eye, he was blinded by his own blood. He couldn't see well. And I eventually had to end up stopping the fight.
Yeah, remember that fight, remember it very, very well.
The referee did a good job getting in there, didn't let him get hit behind the head. Good job by the referee, Blair.
Yep, broke it up very, very well there, because like you say, Joe, that punch, the rabbit punch to the back of the head is a dangerous shot. Skull not as thick there, it can, you know, can leave damage, so we don't want to see any of that. Big right hand there from Django. He's been looking from the opening bell, but no problem. McIntosh takes it well.
Django looks like he has a little gash over his eye as well.
Well, his corner must have told him, Roy Jones must have told him, use the right hand, straight right hand, that's a punch for the southpaw.
Good movement again. He's got good lateral movement, isn't he, Mangra?
McIntosh is no stranger to a bloody fight. He even has a professional bare knuckle fight on his record.
Yep, he certainly does. He's sort of been there, seen it, done it, McIntosh. Big character, lovely guy. Funny story, actually, we was in London, Heathrow, London, when I was coming over, and a guy asked me for a photo. And I said, yeah, no problem at all. He took the photo and he said, oh, we're going to a boxing match. My brother's boxing out in Cayman Islands. I said, no way, I'm commentating on it. How weird is that? We just met at the airport, so they turned out to be lovely people as well. And they were there and they were telling me about Conor's journey, what he's been on, what he's gone through, and I respect the guy a lot. And to see him performing like this right now is brilliant.
He certainly had to overcome a lot, you know, and And one of the rules in boxing is overcoming the mental battle first. And he's obviously overcome a lot of mental battles in the ring and outside the ring. And he's just enjoying this.
Another close round, but a round that maybe Jangra has won here, Joe, because he's getting success with that right hand. And he slipped lovely side to side there as well, McIntosh.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas, alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
To 1 for Mandeep Jangra going into this fourth. Jangra looking for that right hand, that looping right hand over the shot top, which can be a dangerous shot, and then he throws it through the middle, very, very clever. And there's the response from McIntosh. He tried an injection of pace himself there.
Jangra's throwing the straight right hand, trying to connect, but he missed it. He missed the last two right hands that he threw.
Yeah, he had success with one before that, and so he got a little bit right hand happy, but if you're going to throw that straight shot, you need to step in with it first. You can't throw the shot and hold your feet, because you lean over, leave yourself open for the counter punch, the left hook or the right uppercut.
Jangra with a showboat. He's very slick with his movement, though. I got to give him credit. He's slipping a lot of McIntosh punches.
He is, and you know what, when you're doing that, that catches the judge's eye as well. When a round is very, very close, but you're oozing confidence and showing people that you're there and you're controlling the space, owning the space, that can be enough to win you the round sometimes.
And he has to be incredibly careful, because even though he's avoiding a lot of McIntosh's punches, when he's moving away from him, his hands are very low, and if he makes one mistake, this can be lights out.
I remember refereeing Prince, and I seen him met several times. He was like that, his hands over down, but he had good movement. He got away from a lot of punches. Except when he fought Marco-Antonio Barrera. Barrera took him to school.
Yeah, he certainly did. I grew up with Nassim Hamed. We used to box together for England, spar together a lot in the younger days, earlier days. We roomed together. He'd become a very good friend of mine, Naz, and we're still good friends to today. But you're right. I think when he boxed Marco-Antonio Barrera, the fight had left him then. He was still only a young man, but he'd been there, seen it, done it, earned a hell of a lot of money. And I think the desire, that burning passion had left him, and you could see that.
I agree with you 100%. I refereed him 3 times.
Yeah, great young fighter. And we've got 2 good young fighters in here as well. Mandeep Jangra from India taking on Conor McIntosh from Wales for the WBF super featherweight title that is vacant at the moment. So both guys want to get their hands on this. Joe Cortez saying great springboard to move you on to bigger and better stuff. And you can see, Joe, that both guys want this. Real seesaw of a fight, this one. Difficult because neither guy really stamping their authority.
Yeah. And gets to the straight right hand.
That was a big shot, and he felt that one. McIntosh.
He hit him twice. The referee put him away. Rightfully so. He wanted to fight it, keep fighters up at the belt.
He really felt that shot. That was a huge right hand that went around the side.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores. Por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Yeah, adrenaline 1 in 1,000 to stop the bleeding, but they got to be careful they don't get inside the eye because it can burn the eye too. And that can blind you if you come out with a burning of your eye. So you got to be careful how you apply the medication on there.
Good movement again here from Mandeep. Jenga slipping out the way of the shots, showing great lateral movement actually. Would like to see him coming back with those shots after that movement. You make your opponent a miss, you make him pay, and he's not doing that enough for me. But lands a good right hand there that just forced McIntosh to hold there.
The referee said break, and the guy threw a punch, and he warned him to be careful. You can hit a fight on a break, and he goes down, and you can't continue, you can't be disqualified.
You can just tell that Jangra is oozing confidence here. And he's in a flow, he's in a steady flow, but I tell you what, McIntosh is not going to be intimidated at all by him.
No, but Seaford, you're right there, it's about the old confidence, and at the moment, he seems to be using that at the moment, like you say. Mandeep, very, very tough guy, and he's stalking forward, and he's starting to really sit down on those shots, Joe, now. He's planting his feet and really throwing everything into every shot.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can to throw the punches, but McIntosh is moving well, but that was a slip right there. He twisted his ankle a little bit, and the referee's watching it real close.
Yeah, good work again there from Mandeep, landing that straight right hand through the middle and then slipping and sliding. Jab goes in as well. McIntosh needs to start changing it up here, showing us something, showing us that you can adapt from it a little bit here, because what McIntosh is doing wrong is he's now holding his feet because he's getting caught with some big shots. Yeah. He's not committing himself enough, and when you don't commit yourself, you leave yourself vulnerable and open to, counter punches.
He landed a stiff one there
and
on Jangra.
He just needs to step in and commit himself and come off the line when he's doing that as well.
And this is what I'm telling you about his hands being down, but there you go, he's back on the attack now.
Yeah, he's landing some big shots there, and he's forcing McIntosh to hold. McIntosh trying to come back with a good shot of his own.
Referee warning Jangra about hitting behind the head.
Things are heating up now.
But they're not intentional, they're accidental.
Big right hand again there. He's got deceptively long arms as Mandeep. He lets the shot go and he seems to land it. McIntosh just a little slow to move away. Great round here though. McIntosh has had some success himself, and this has been an entertaining card from the beginning right till now.
That was a push. No knockdown by the referee. No knockdown at the bell. That was a push.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Almost in that last round, but this next couple of rounds will tell the difference. Now we're into the...
yeah, we're coming into the sixth round now. There's that left hand through the middle again, and you can see Mandeep, Jangra just smiling up on his toes. He's sort of feeling confident. Dangerous game to play though, keeping those hands down like that.
Well, this is it. That's how he got caught last time, trying to evade. And
well, that was a push. No knockdown.
Yeah,
no, not a knockdown.
Yep, just off balance, just a little bit there.
Referee Blair doing a good job, keeping control, making the right calls.
Well, body shot goes in there, really whipped that one in. Good body shots again there from Jangra, switching his attacks. Strong guy, isn't he? Very strong guy.
He's very aggressive. He's putting the pressure on. He's putting the pressure.
And his poker face, Jangra's poker face. You could never tell if you're hurting him or if he's his face. There he goes. He lands a stiff right hand there on McIntosh, but.
Yep, it's the left hand he's throwing through the middle. That's the effective shot. That was good from McIntosh. Both guys now rolling the dice, starting to trade.
They're both banging away.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is rough, tough, and now this is sort of turning into a little bit of a dogfight, isn't it? It's going to, Joe, come down to now that psychological battle. Who wants it? Who, because when it gets tough like this, it becomes a mind game as well.
Exactly, for sure. You don't want to lose that confidence in there, and they're both really trying to keep it.
Yep, not just a physical battle, but a mental one as well. And you just feel that these guys are going to have to visit that place for sure. When a fight is this tough and this is turning into a real seesaw, one guy having a bit of success, then the next guy. This is all in the balance right now. Yeah. Very, very tough fight to score. Just as you think McIntosh is getting on top, Jangra comes back, vice versa.
There's a lot of battles going on in this fight. In fact, fun fact, the two coaches, they got a bit of a bragging rights going on here as well. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The referee wanted him to hit him behind the head. Not intentional, but the referee did the right thing by giving the warning.
It's a right-handed game. He's definitely heavy-handed, isn't he, Mandeep? Jangra, and you mentioned, Seaford, earlier about, Conor McIntosh and having the bare knuckle fights and whatnot. So he's obviously very, very tough, but you just feel that he's going to need it in this one because these guys, when they come from where they've come from, their DNA is tough. They're still, they're fighting for.
Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia. Después de la campana, el box de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón.
The aggressiveness, the harder blows, and regeneration.
Well, first half of the contest gone. Very difficult to separate these two here. Fight could be very much won and lost in this last 6 rounds for sure. Joe Cortez already pointed out it's subjective scoring, what you like, what you go for. Both guys have definitely had their successes. Jangra landed some big left hands through the middle. McIntosh showed a lot of grit and determination and comeback with some good shots of his own. So this could now be down to a 6-round fight. Started as a 12-round fight, but these guys sort of could be starting from here, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, very competitive. Both, you gotta give them credit. They're both very hungry. They want to get that vacant title. That's a stepping stone for their career.
Yep, exactly that, and it does give them a good stepping point. The crowd have stayed for this final contest. It's been a packed house here tonight down in Georgetown, out in the Cayman Islands, for their second ever show that they've put on here. It's a special event, a packed capacity, like I say, and the fights have not let us down.
You can see that they're both in great condition. I mean, here we are, halfway through, and you can see neither one of them is really perfect. They're still throwing good hard punches. They're going to keep their guards up good. I mean, it's going to be a tough fight to score, but the last 2 or 3 rounds will tell the difference.
Yep, I sort of agree with that. Joe, this is one of those fights that's very, very tough. You know, both guys very focused. You can see that what it means to them here. They know they're at that crossroads of their career.
Right.
It's an important fight to win.
Well, I'll tell you what, the judging tonight has been incredibly questionable, but these two guys are giving them something that'll be split right down the middle, at least up until this point of the fight.
Oh, good right hand by.
Yeah, and then Jenga with the left hand, or right hand through the middle, sorry. And when he lands shots like that,
another good right hand.
Big shot.
And McIntosh bringing his left hand up because he knows he's getting hit with the right hand.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, McIntosh, because Jenga switching
uppercut.
the attacks there, and he'll loop that right hand over the top. You can see it. He's bringing the hands down there. He's trying to take the focus down to the body, so he lets the shots go over the top. They call it setting a trap,
Right.
and that's what Jenga is doing right now.
You gotta let him out.
Jenga says no, that doesn't bother him. I'll tell you what, McIntosh is tough as nails, man. This guy, got hit again there with some serious bombs in this fight, and he just keeps pressing forward, unfazed. And you got to think that Jenga is wondering what in the heck does he have to do to get this guy out of
He's
there.
got him there with a body shot, big body shot went in, and he felt that one. McIntosh is feeling these body shots for sure. He's felt it, and Jenga sensed this. This is big trouble here for McIntosh. Bell goes and couldn't have gone at the right time there. That was big.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí. Gracias.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
People called the people called Roy Jones Jr. the GOAT, and we call you the GOAT of refereeing. That is for sure.
Yeah.
You've been there, seen it done. It's not a story you can't tell, and there's nothing that you don't know. And I think that these referees respect that, Joe.
Well,
and he
you know-
looks at you there for that little bit of encouragement.
Well, they know that I'm there to help them out. I look at things from a referee's perspective. I look at it different than everybody else.
And that's a beautiful insight we've had tonight from in this commentary position where we've never really heard that before, and it's just fascinating to hear you talk about the third man in the ring, the guy that no one ever talks about.
Right. The third man in the ring is very important.
Absolutely.
Especially when the fighter's hurt or there's a cut. You know, you got to watch real close. You want these fighters to leave out of here, go back to their families, safe and sound.
Right hand again there landed, and it just seems to take the legs away. McIntosh maybe slipped on the canvas. It is getting hot in there, and so the sweat is dripping down onto that canvas. That makes it very, very slippery, but Mandeep's a difficult guy to read, a box of tricks. He just led off there, the body shot gone in again, and McIntosh has to be careful of that.
I think it's a smart thing for him to do, to go back to that body. Obviously, he was hurt in the last round, heading into the corner there. I think that he's smart. He would go right back to that body and try to get that.
Yeah, but this is where McIntosh doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be sitting on that ropes. Now he's waiting. He's getting a little bit too negative. He needs to take the play away from Jenga, because Joe, right now, Jenga's in control. He's controlling the space and the pace of this fight.
He is, definitely he is. And what it is that McIntosh getting a little winded. I mean, Ganta is putting the pressure. Look, he's showboating a little bit, but he's in good shape though.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got lots of energy, and you can see he's just sort of growing in confidence. Body shot again there, and McIntosh felt that one. He wanted to hold. One thing's for sure: win, lose or draw here, Joe, McIntosh is going to be sore tomorrow around that rib area.
Somebody gonna be peeing blood tomorrow.
Absolutely. There you go. Body shot again, and he's felt that one.
Yeah.
Whoa, big right hand as well there, and McIntosh got to be careful of that whilst defending the body. He's going to leave his chin exposed, and that could be problems, because Jengra's doing a great job of going up and down, punching up and down.
Yeah, the referee's watching real close. He's watching real close. He knows, you can see that McIntosh is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's in big trouble here. You can see the fight is now starting to get knocked out of him. He's feeling the pace just a little bit now. He's showing incredible resilience and determination.
Joe, did you feel like the referee saw that because he looked like he just let him go back?
No, he didn't see it. He was on the blind side.
Body shots again, and I've got to tell you.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
You already checked him out?
Yeah, he checked him out. Referee checked him out. Great work there.
Joe officiating and commentating.
Absolutely, listen, best in the business, and he knows
when
he spots something.
I'm watching for the safety of the fighter, okay? You know, I'm not here to criticize the referee, nothing, but the doctor got to come in there. When a fighter is hurt like that, the referee got to make sure the doctor comes in and checks him out.
Yeah, sure. And the face is starting to look a little marked up now, and the rib cage area will be quite sore at the moment. Of Conor McIntosh is showing a lot of grit and resilience to be hanging in there at the moment, but Jengra just starting to pull away in his last couple of rounds, and that's what McIntosh needed. He's landed some good shots there, and that is a good response from McIntosh.
Well, you know, he saw the doctor came in to check him out, and it kind of woke him up. He said, you know, I better get back into it.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed to do, Joe, was roll that dice, and I think that he'd done that there, and he's been very effective with that. Very impressive.
Jenga just hit it with a good right hand.
Yep, good stuff, good action here in this 9th round. Both guys have given it all their all so far.
You know, this is a vacant title. They both want to get the belt tonight, and they know this will be a stepping stone going in the right direction. And so far, McIntosh is got hit with a right hand right guy. Jenga, good left hand by Jenga. Again, McIntosh getting hit with some solid shots. He's dropping his guards too much.
Yeah, this is a good round here from McIntosh, just as he was letting things slip away from him, and he needed a good round. He seems to have got that. He's turned it around, he's sort of rolled the dice a little bit, showed a lot of character actually there as a fighter. When things are not going your way and you can turn it around like that, I like that. I like that bit of grit in someone.
Well, I think his coach told him in the corner there, listen, you got to pick it up if you want it in this fight. And he's came out like a bat out of hell for this round.
Okay, don't let it. One stop. Okay, there you go.
Oh, big right hand there again from McIntosh, but look at the response. Oh, big left hook gone in now from Jengra. Body shots as well. McIntosh feeling that, and he's going to have to bite down a little bit here. McIntosh doing the right thing, holding on, but they were big, heavy shots going in there.
Yeah, McIntosh is hurt for sure. Was.
Good response again from McIntosh there. Just Where is he finding this from? Brilliant body shot goes in there from Jengra, right underneath the elbow, right into the rib cage. McIntosh takes it well. Joe, what action we've got here?
Jenga hit it with a 3. That's a slip. That's a slip at the bell. But Jankley hit it with a solid left hook.
That was a flush left hand that landed at the end of the round there for Jenga.
The last and final round. This will determine everything. I'm sorry, take it back. It's a championship fight, but we got 12 rounds.
Yeah, no, I think we had the international fight was the 10 rounder. This one's for the 12.
Make somebody really sponsor this the way you have. This is just an awesome event. It's great to be here.
Sorry about that, guys. I got caught up in those 10-round fights. But this is 12 rounds for the vacant WBF championship fight.
Yep, listen, Joe Cortez doing a great job, man. He's just keeping his eye on what's going on here with the refereeing. And doing a great job tonight.
Well, we're coming into the 10th round.
I'll tell you what, it's been an incredible event thus far. All credit to...
Yeah, it really has. Both guys have put it all on the line, left it all in the ring here as well. Still 3 rounds to go. And when you have a fight like this is the championships rounds. This is where they show the character, Joe. This is where they have to bite down on their gum shield. Now a psychological battle. The physicalities have left the ring now. This is the mental strength. And who wants it?
McIntosh putting the pressure there. Almost had Janka in trouble, but Janka came out of it. It was more of a push than a punch. See that? Wait a minute, ref. You can't do it. Tell the ref.
Referee telling him off there.
Becoming a bit of a pushing fight now.
Well, it's going to get physical, it's going to get rough, because that's where we're at now. Like I say to you, when it gets like this, you know, and the boxing leaves you because the tiredness, fatigue sets in, it starts getting dirty. It's a dogfight.
Do you think there's a bit of frustration setting into McIntosh as well?
McIntosh knows he got to do something, but he got to keep it clean.
I tell you what, it has to be incredibly frustrating fighting someone like Jangra, who is just constantly showboating in your face and slipping and dodging all your punches.
Yep, these are the sort of guys that, you know, you have to work out. The good fighters can work that out and break them down, and both guys are putting on an incredible fight here. Win, lose or draw, they should be proud of themselves. And Joe, I think the referee's done a great job as well, to be fair, because he's had to control this.
He's doing a good job. He's doing a very good job. He's had 30 years experience from Denver, Colorado. He's been around.
Well, big shots going in there again. He's having a good round here, McIntosh. Just when you thought the fight was slipping away from him, he's come back into it.
He knows he got to pull it out the last rounds.
I tell you what, with 2 rounds left to go in this fight, this is anybody's fight.
With 2 rounds left to go in this fight, I've got it all level after 10. Because this round, for me, McIntosh has done enough to win this round. He's shown good character. Jenga just landed a good right hand there, but he's shown good character in this. And is he just hurt for momentarily there? McIntosh is doing the right thing by holding on. Jenga probably senses that there, because there was a sort of sense of urgency around his work.
Exactly. He knows, you know, they're both in great condition. I mean, to go to these last rounds like that, and they still look like they're fighting in the first round. And just like El Torero, the bull.
Yeah, real tough. Oh, both guys there again rolling the dice and letting the shots go. McIntosh taking some big shots. Has Jenga just found a little second win there when he's needed it?
Wow. What an incredible fight thus far. These boys certainly living up to the expectations. They said it was going to be fireworks all fight week.
We got
and it certainly has been.
Yep, we called it and we backed it, and it's exactly what we've got right from the opening fight, Joe. I think we've had entertainment, and this one has lived up to all expectations. I've got this 10 rounds down, all level going into the last 2 rounds. This could be a 2-round fight. The fight could be won and lost here. I think both guys, both corners know this is close.
Well, you know, we've got to see we don't know what the judges, what they're seeing compared to what we're seeing over here. We were surprised tonight, one of the earlier fights.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, one of the things I always said, though, I think the judges should be a little bit higher. I think if they're a little bit higher, they got a better vision.
Yeah, that's a great shout, and that could be something that needs to be changed, where you say, like you say, the judges are high, but then does that block the vision of certain paying customers? That's the big problem, I suppose.
I did a study years ago. I call it 2020.
Whoa, good shots there from McIntosh, and again,
he's trying hard.
He's trying so hard. He's going for it here.
He's going for it, but he got to be careful. He doesn't use any rough tactics doing this.
I'll tell you what, McIntosh is a gritty fighter, but Jangra has a chin on him because he hit him hard twice in a row just now.
Listen, both guys have got great chins, great resilience, great determination.
This fight is as good as any other fight you want to see out there.
Oh, absolutely. This is boxing, high quality boxing we're seeing right here.
Right here, WBF vacant title here in Cayman Islands.
Yep, absolutely. What a show it's been tonight, right from the opening bell. We've had entertainment, we've had thrills, we've had spills, we've had knockdowns, we've had stoppages, and now we are getting guys going to war, standing toe to toe and leaving it all in the ring.
That's it. We got the 11th round. I remember I refereed George Foreman with Michael Mora. If George Foreman was losing every round, the first 9 rounds he was losing them, and in the 10th round he called Michael Mora, and I counted out Michael Mora. So anything can happen in boxing.
Yep, they call these the championship rounds, and this fight, the fight's never over till it's over. That final bell rings in that 12th round. These are the tough ones. These are the ones where now you're not thinking about anything. This is the mental battle now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I tell you what, this is a close round to score again. It's what do you go for here?
You know, McIntyre looked like he's hungry at these last 2 rounds. He's really showing something.
Yeah, he's maybe just for the first time in the contest here. If he wins this round on my scorecard, it'll be the first time in the contest I've had him up on my scorecards.
I tell you, McIntyre's got a big heart.
Oh, he has a heart of a lion.
He definitely does.
Great young fighter, that is for sure. You know, you've got to know this kid's journey to get to where he's got here tonight, and a lot of people have written him off in life, not in boxing, in life, and he turned it around. Respect where respect's due.
Got a little sweat over here on the commentary.
Yep, that's part and parcel of the job, I suppose. It's better than the blood because that happens as well.
It's better sweat than blood.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Jengra, just injection of pace here. He's got to be careful, McIntosh. Get his hands up.
He holds on. I think that's the right thing for him to do.
Tough fight to call this one.
Roy Jones Jr. and I'm in the house with Bout Azteca.
Mi casa, la casa del boxeo, Box Azteca, Texas. TV Azteca, Texas, la casa del boxeo.
Estamos en la casa del boxeo por Box Azteca RGB.
Y estoy en mi casa, la casa del boxeo, por Box Azteca, Texas.
Boxing Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas. Box Azteca, Texas.
Box Azteca, Texas.
¡Boom! Suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca.
Into his style. Very, very close fight here to score. Both guys have given it everything. What a fight we've had, Joe. You've been around many, many fights, and you know, this is high quality.
These guys are both fighting championship material, both of them. Okay, it's the last round. Okay, let's see.
You know, Jangra is really showing a different caliber of Indian boxing because we don't usually see the Indian nationality at this level, and there he lands a nice. Oh, but then McIntosh answers back.
Yeah, McIntosh knows he got to do it.
But as I was saying, you know, India is really coming up now, especially through Jangra, and it'll be interesting to see.
Well,
Oh, body shot landed there, and he felt that, McIntosh. He definitely felt that shot.
You know, Amir Khan from India, his parents were from India. He was one of the great fighters. He lived in the United Kingdom, raised in the United Kingdom.
Oh, body shot again, and he's felt it. He's just bent over a bit there. He's got to keep himself together. Arms have gone behind the head. He's feeling these body shots, and Jangra has sensed this, guys. I think he's sensed it. He's looking for that opening.
Jangra has certainly picked up a second win here. And McIntosh, on the other hand, he looks very laboured at this point.
Yeah, he's starting to feel the pace now. There's been a lot gone into it. Both guys have put a lot into it. Big uppercut missed. McIntosh makes him pay for that and comes back. Good right hand as well. Oh, good finish to the round. No, big right hand back.
Serious warriors. What a fight. What a fight.
These fans are getting their money's worth tonight.
Wow, they really, really are. What a fight this is, as you say. Like, both guys here have given it everything. Both, oh, big shot there. Again from Jangra, and he lands the right as well.
How about it? Good job, referee. Good job.
Yep, referee doing a great job there. Left, right hand going in. McIntosh comes back with a left of his own. Nothing left with these two now. This is all the mental battle. They are both standing toe to toe in the, giving it everything. What a fight.
Oh. McIntosh got hit with some shot.
Yep, he's been hit with a big shot and body shot again. Jangra trying to push him down there, trying everything he can, but McIntosh showing true grit, heart of the lion.
I tell you, he got a heart, and he got a heart. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. McIntosh is taking some good punches. Anybody else would have gone down.
Yeah.
And he's standing there with him to the end.
He is tough.
He's not a quitter.
No, he isn't a quitter. And again, like Spencer alluded to earlier, he's been through so much battles in his life.
Oh, hey, McIntosh in trouble.
Oh, big hand going in again there. Where are they finding this to stand up? Both guys getting hit. Seesaw of a fight. What a fight they've got here.
A win or lose for McIntosh. His hardest battles has been won already.
I've got it a draw. I've got that a draw. I cannot split them. I think that Jangra started very well. McIntosh come back in the middle rounds. Then Jangra had a round. Then McIntosh come back. I've got it all a draw there. Very, very close. What do you go for? Jangra had his moments. He had the eye-catching stuff, but the grit, the determination, the resilience of McIntosh, you can't be denied.
Anybody else would have went down. He stood up all the way to the end. He thought he can do it. It was a very competitive fight. You know, we're going to see now who takes that belt home tonight. WBF Super Featherweight title.
Well, whoever takes it home's earned that fight, earned that belt tonight. That is for sure. This fight is razor close. You know, I thought I had it a draw in the end. I've got it.
I see it as a draw as well. I can see someone making a case for Jangra slipping away with it. But I can also see McIntosh slipping away with it as well. This fight is anybody's fight.
Yep, 114 on my scorecard. That's where I'm at with it. 114 apiece.
I'll tell you what, it certainly lived up to the expectations. These boys came out and they left it all in the ring, left it all on the line. Through 12 rounds, from start to finish, it was all fireworks as promised.
Well, me, I saw this is Joe here. I saw Jangra winning this fight. It was close, competitive on both sides, but I think Jangra pulled it away.
Yeah, very, very close.
But McIntosh got nothing to be ashamed of. He got a heart of gold, and I think he got a championship future ahead of him as well. He's not finished. both of these guys could go all the way, both of them.
He showed a lot of bollocks, man. He showed a lot of bollocks and a lot of grit as he come back, mate. I've got it. Yeah, what a fight, what a contest there. No one knows which way this is going to go. Listen, the great Joe Cortez is here. He's unsure. You know, it's one of those fights, a real seesaw of a fight where you go, the rounds were close. The guys were showing a lot of character, a lot of grit. They were both hurt. They were both coming back to show resilience. They were showing the mindset of champions in there.
I think the referee did a good job, and he kept control. There was some pushing, some foul tactics in there. He took control of it. He didn't have to take any points, and I'm glad he didn't, because you don't want to see a fighter win a fight because of a point deduction.
Yeah, very, very close fight that. It's going to be interesting to see the way this has gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the referee calls both the boxers to the center for the official decision, let's cheer for both warriors. What an epic contest in tonight's main event. And at the 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Ed Pearson, 117 to 111. Joe Scobie, 118 to 110. And Dale Ramoon, 118 to 110.
That's way too
All
wide.
three in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now your WBF Super Featherweight Champion of the world, from India, Mandeep Jangra.
Well, Jangra gets it far too wide on the scorecards for me. You can't argue with the
And
decision.
for your
He may have nicked it with a cleaner work, the heavier punches, but you can't deny what a good performance that was from young Conor McIntosh. He can come back from that, guys. I think that, you know, you can look at that, come back from it, but what a fight, what a performance from both guys.
What a beautiful fight indeed. I tell you what, I thought the decision was a lot closer than that, but I don't argue with who the winner is. I think Jangra certainly did enough to get the win here tonight, but I did thought it was a bit closer than the judges had it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that I feel like the fight was an excellent fight. It was one of the better fights you're going to see any part of the world. And we had it here tonight in the Cayman Island. Very good fight.
Certainly had it all. Now we're going to turn it over to Spencer in the ring, just as Jangra finishes his photo ops.
Well, let's just catch up with the loser here tonight. I'm sure you ladies and gentlemen will put your hands together for a gallant performance, brave performance, showed the heart of a warrior. What a gladiatorial fight that was, and this young man played his part in that. And I want to speak to you about that, Conor. What a performance you showed in there, mate. I thought the scorecards were ridiculous, by the way. It was a lot closer than that. I had it a draw. You know, you wouldn't have argued either way, but you put in a great performance, mate.
Oh, I just want to thank everyone at Fight Zone, Dennis Hobson, yourself and the boys for giving me this opportunity to be on this big stage. Mandeep Jangra and his team, Roy Jones Jr., Jason, everybody. I'm just really thankful that you've given me the opportunity. I mean, 3 years ago, I didn't think I'd ever walk into a boxing gym again. So to be here and perform under these lights, you know, in front of my idol, Roy Jones Jr., and against a top guy, and I held my own. I didn't feel out of place in there. Maybe just left it a little bit too late, but you know, just thank you so much, everybody. I'll be back. This ain't the end of me, and well done.
Absolutely, what a journey you've been on, mate. That's an incredible speech you just give there. Well done, congratulations, very gracious in defeat. You put in a great performance. But let's now catch up with the champion, Mandeep. You had to show a lot of heart there, a lot of grit. Your trainer, the great Roy Jones Jr., told me that was in you, and we was going to see that. But you know, some moments in that fight that you were going through, when you're looking at the character of a fighter and you can see that, you know, it's starting to go away from you, you can turn it around again and flip it on its face. That is champion's mindset, and you showed you got that tonight.
First of all, I would like to thank
who coming to sport boxing, and especially GBH promotion who held in Cayman Island. I really love that Cayman Island, seriously. And second thing is all whatever I did achieve today because of Roy. Roy believed me, and you know, after amateur, I did good in my 152, 165 pound, and I bring 130. So it's very hard for me, but he believed in me that I can do something. And today, because of him, I create a history for India. That the first Indian boxer in a male who is a world champion in WBF or female too. So yeah, thank you so much, Fight Zone, who show me in my country free for live telecast. I really appreciate, because in India boxing is not going to pay and they're going to watch. If you thanks to thanks to my opponent McNally corner, he did a really good fight and he showed willpower. His after whatever we did, whatever we have did in training, we show over here, and which one is the best, who gonna win. That's the thing. And especially I love to say that coaches Aisa, Roy Aisa Angel, and my sponsor Nash Build Construction, and his wife who came to support me here direct to Pensacola. So that is really, I love it. And thank you so much once again, Cayman Island. We will be back soon. Thank you so much. And I want to say to coach that please say something about my part.
I thought Mandeep did a great job. For me, it's very inspirational because now, as far as I know on record, that where I've checked, he's the first Indian world champion. And that's a hell of an accomplishment. So I love that. I thank Fight Zone for coming out, helping us make that happen. Dennis Hobson, everybody involved. And we're on to the next, Oliver. We're on to the next.
Absolutely, this is a global trip that me and Roy Jones Jr. are on. I think we're out there again. We're back in London. We're going to California. So watch this space. Keep watching Fight Zone, Talksport, Boxing YouTube channel, because it's all happening with me and the great Roy Jones Jr. But this night belongs to these two gentlemen here, Conor McIntosh and the new champion of the world, Mandeep Jenga. What a performance. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, please put it together for both of these guys. What a fight.
Mandeep,
Well, what a fantastic show we've had here today. Fantastic week out in the Cayman Islands. Fight Zone Promotions, Dennis Hobson Promotions put on a great event out here. Talksport Boxing YouTube channel. And look, before we wrap it up, I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to steal the show. I was trying to give it there. I thought that was the only good-looking man in the house. Clearly not. Dennis Hobson, what a week, what a fight, what a night.
What a night. This is the second time we've done it, but we've raised the bar again. And thank you to Barry and all his team at Spencer. I'm so pleased you're here to share this with us, because there's an old Frank Sinatra saying, and it goes a little bit like this: the best is yet to come, won't it be fine? Listen, what we're going to do with Talksport and Fight Zone is groundbreaking. You've been here to witness this. We've been in Texas. You and Roy are made for it.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
Bridgepoint Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Boxing, there was a fighter by the name of Laura Serrano, and Laura Serrano, who now lives in Las Vegas, she told me the story. She was an attorney, and she fought to make sure that the women can fight in Mexico. And ever since she won the case in court, then they allowed women to box. And women sometimes, they steal the show. They do amazing fights here.
Yeah, well, we saw the tail of tape there for Ashleen Johnson and Katie Healy, the champion. Ashley Johnson actually has only been boxing a year, can you believe it? This is only our fourth contest, and Roy, women's boxing, they get that opportunity a lot quicker than maybe the males.
They get the opportunity a lot quicker because of the amount of women boxers that we don't have. We don't have a lot of women boxers, so the pool is very dry. Therefore, sometimes you have to step in a little earlier than you would normally want to take that shot, or else how are you going to get experience? How are the champions going to have people to defend against?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm looking forward to another fight that we got on the bill, and another fighter, actually, Roy, that you have on the bill as well. James Wilkins, we remember him, seen him boxing over in England before. He goes in against Alan Rodriguez, Montreal. Tough guy, tough customer. How's he looking?
He's looking good. Had a few injuries coming in, but I think he's over that now. I think you'll see a lot of difference in him from when you've seen him once. In Manchester, we were in.
Yeah, I think it was Manchester, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I think you'll see a lot of improvement in him from when you last saw him.
Yeah, well, have you seen James Wilkins before? He's a good guy that actually lives with Roy. We'll get into that in a little bit, but James Wilkins, a good prospect.
Yeah, I haven't seen him, but I'd say he has great talent. He has the future world champion, from what I hear.
Yeah, and finally we have cruiserweight, local hero actually, making his debut from the Cayman Islands. This guy sold a lot of tickets here this evening. Jaden Eccleston, he goes in against Fabian Tucker. Fabian Tucker's been around a while now, got that experience, still yet to get a win though, and you would expect the local lad here to get the victory.
The local lad here is a very good fighter. I saw Jaden back last year, and I told him if we came back, I would definitely like to see him turn pro and get his debut in, and that's exactly what has happened. So I'm very happy, very excited to see what Jaden shows us tonight.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, listen, that's the card, and that's what we're looking forward to tonight. But before we kick off with all the action that's going to come in about 4 or 5 minutes or so, let's just meet the guys that I'm so lucky to be commentating with tonight. Like I say, Joe Cortez, been there, seen it, done it. Now, Joe, you were telling me in a hotel, actually, that some of the fights that you've been involved in, some of the fights that you've commentated on, I mean, just share a couple of those with our audience tonight. I mean, you're talking about Julio Cesar Chavez, 136,000 people. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, let me tell you, one thing I feel bad about is that I never had the pleasure and the honor of refereeing my buddy over here, Roy Jones Jr. He's one of the few fighters I never referee in the championship fight. That would have been an honor to referee Roy Jones Jr.
And I would have loved to have had you as a referee.
You know, I've had a lot of fun. I did 176 World Championship fights. I refereed for 35 years with over 1,000 professional fights under my belt. I love boxing, For you guys out there that don't know, I was a 6-time Golden Glove champion, New York, Houston National, and I was 18-1 as a professional. My calling was refereeing. And that's what I did in 1977 when I turned pro. And ever since then, up in 2012, that's when I retired. After 35 years, I said, I'm out of here. Now I want to pay forward and help young referees that are coming up.
Yeah, Joe, you're 81 years young. I couldn't actually believe that we told you. We grow up watching you on TV, watching you covering so many fights, all the great fighters of the past, and you come to me, I'm 81. I was actually blown away by that. I mean, Roy, I don't know about you, but how good does this guy look?
Looks absolutely incredible to be have that many years on this earth. I'm not going to say to be that elder. He just has a lot of years of experience, beautiful experience on this earth.
But you know, my years of 81, I'm going to turn them around the other way, okay?
Yeah.
That's how I feel. 18.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Joe, just before we move on to Roy, tell us, what was the best fight that you ever had the pleasure of commentating on? What one stands out for you?
Well, you know, as I can tell you, as a referee, I've done...
Sorry, as a referee, sorry,
As a referee, and I referee the great fights. You know, I did Sugar Ray Leonard, I did Camacho, I did Trinidad, I did De La Hoya, Chavez, Manny Pacquiao, Mike Tyson 8 times, Larry Holmes, Lennox Lewis. I've done them all. But, you know, one of the ones that stands out a lot is Iran Barkley and Roberto Duran. That fight took place in Atlantic City in 1989. And Duran took the middleweight championship at the age of 35. Then they gave him a chance because his opponent, Iran Barkley, had knocked out Tommy Hearns, and Tommy Hearns had knocked out Roberto Duran. So then they gave Duran a chance at the age of 35 to be the young middleweight champion, Iran Barkley, at 160 pounds. But Roberto Duran, like they called him Hands of Stone, did it that night. He put Barkley down to the 11th round. It was a hell of a fight.
See how lucky I am to be here with boxing royalty, Roy Jones Jr., Joe Cortez, Hall of Famer, and you're lucky enough to get the insight, the commentary from this great team here. And let me tell you, Joe Cortez is going to give us commentary, something slightly different here this evening. He's going to be talking a lot about the referee, what the referee's job is, what he should be doing. You know, there's a lot of controversy surrounding referees these days, whether they make the right decisions, the wrong decisions. Well, Joe is going to fill us in on exactly what that is tonight. And Roy, you know, you got a couple of fighters on, so you're going to be coming in and out of commentary with us this evening. But you know, your guys, you got the guys that are on tonight are great fighters.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Looking forward to great fights from both of them. They both have very good opponents in front of them, which is what I want, because you don't learn nothing from fighting a bunch of stiffs. So I want them to get good fighters in front of them so they can learn. And if nothing else, we get a belt. If we don't get a belt, at least we get a lesson.
Brilliant. Yeah, listen, it's going to be a fantastic night of boxing. I think we are just about to get underway, guys, and I know that your fighter is on second tonight, so we're really looking forward to that one, Roy. So, yeah, best of luck to James Wilkins as he goes in against Alan Montreal in that second fight.
Thank you, my brother. I'm looking forward to it, and like I say, he went through a few injuries, but if everything holds out for him, you're going to see a lot of improvement in him from when you saw last time.
Brilliant, brilliant. And we're expecting a fantastic night of boxing tonight, right? I mean, some of these fights all through the card, speaking to the kids that are actually boxing, talking about what opportunity it is to come out to this beautiful island. People that don't know Cayman Island, I've never been here before, couldn't believe how we've been treated, the way the place is. The island is spectacular. If you've not been, you need to come. And guess what? We've got championship boxing here as well. So this is the commentary scene for tonight, and I think we are just about to get underway for our first fight that's going to be called in tonight. The first fight is Jaden Eccleston, the local guy. He goes in against Fabian Tucker. Fabian Tucker still yet to get a win on his record. 5 losses, 1 draw. But he says that he's up for it tonight, and he's going in against a guy with no experience in the professional ranks. And he said that he's going to put it on him and see if he can compete at this level. So let's see, as we're just about to wait for our ring announcer.
We still got a little white. You know, let's talk a little bit about Roy Jones. You know what I mean?
Come on.
Having Roy Jones here next to us tonight, here at the ringside, a little just before the main event. You know, Roy, how does it feel that you're working on the other side, that you're with the fighter, you're training these guys? How does it feel being a trainer?
It feels good to me because you're still somewhat competing. It's just a matter of time.
Brilliant. Well, listen, Roy, I think we have just been told we are now ready to introduce the first fight into the ring. So let's get over to our ring announcer for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring in the blue corner from Spanish Town, Jamaica, Fabian Tucker.
Wicked, bro. Thank you, man. That was wicked. Brilliant.
Yeah, you want his last one, don't you?
Yeah.
You're not here?
No, we can't hear each other. No, can you just tell him to turn the volume up? We can't hear each other.
Judge Pearson to the ring, please. Judge Pearson to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring, in the red corner from Grand Cayman, Jaden Eccleston. That's not him. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the
Junior, and I'm in the house with
from all over the world as GBH Promotions in association with Fight Zone and the Fight Academy
Mi casa, la
to Rumble on the Rock. This bout is brought to you by Elite Marble and Granite and sanctioned by the Cayman Islands Boxing Commission. The third man in the ring is our referee, Joel Scobie. All right, fans, here we go. This is 4 rounds of cruiserweight boxing. And fighting out of the blue corner with red trunks and black trim, weighing into 215 pounds and entering the ring for the 7th time, from Spanish Town, Fabian the Truck Tucker. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue trunks with white trim. This is his professional debut from Grand Cayman, Jaden Mad Slug Eccleston. Introducing once again, that's the referee in charge to give instructions, Mr. Joel Scobie.
Well, here we go as the referee brings both fighters together. Local lad making his debut here tonight, Jaden Eccleston. He boxed here last December in the first show. They've done Clash of the Cayman, and he got boxed as an amateur there actually, and now making his professional debut. So real homegrown fighter, and looking, as you could hear, good support here, and looking to make an impression against Fabian Tucker, a guy that's been around, Joe, for a while, but not got that victory yet.
Well, he's looking to get something. He's hoping that tonight will be a night for him. I mean, he's had already how many fights now? And
he's 7 fight. This is his 7th fight now. He's had 6 fights. He's lost 5 and drawn 1.
Yes, well, let's see if he gets lucky tonight.
Jaden Eccleston, sorry, as I said before, boxed here as an amateur. He's got good support, local lad. Boxing pretty new in this region, really not very big in this region, Joe, and they're looking to grow it, and they're looking to put these shows on, get the tourism in, and I think that's what it's all about, the Cayman Islands. As you've said, first time you've been here, beautiful place this is, and maybe not enough people visiting a place like this.
I think that, you know, little by little, starting like we did last year, to fight here now, we have tonight again. I think we can have 3, 4, 5 shows a year. Would be a good start, because this place has great potentials. They have a big fan base. I understand there's over 100 different nationalities in the Cayman Islands, so they have a good mixture. They're gonna have a big support for the Filipino fighters here tonight.
Yep, certainly a fantastic card of boxing here, and this is all kicked off by this 3-minute round cruiserweight contest. Jaden Eccleston, the local guy, Fabian Tucker and Eccleston starting to get some success now, just stalking forward, looking to set the traps, create the openings here. Good right hand goes in, front just misses with that uppercut as well. And Joe, you just sense here that maybe Fabian Tucker has already gone into survival mode. You know, when they get there and they fall into that sort of journeyman type role and they just look to survive and get through the rounds, and Tucker might be guilty of doing that already.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here now. Like you said, the fighter gets in that mode, you know, he throws already all these fights. He just wants to survive, come in for a payday, but, you know, you got to conditioning is very important, and trying to have that willpower to win. You got to have that in. You got to have the fighter's heart to make it happen.
Yeah, well, joining us here in the commentary position as well is Seaford Russell Jr. He is the sports editor of the Cayman Islands and done a little bit of boxing in the past himself too. And how good, Seaford, is it to see boxing here on the island for one, and a local lad boxing as well?
Oh, this is incredible. The second year, this event, you know, big promoters on hand here, you know, being joined by Joe Cortez, Spencer Oliver, two top names in boxing. And this is an incredible fight to start things off in the pro ranks.
Yeah, well, good start and a good start to his professional career. Jaden Eccleston dominating this opening round, just hands held low, trying to set those traps, trying to draw Fabian Tucker in there to get off with those shots, but Tucker too smart for that, didn't take the bait, just stayed out of range. And Joe, good first round there for Jaden Eccleston, because that first round, you remember, you was a great fighter in the past yourself. That first round as a professional is always a lot of pressure on you.
Well, you know, the first round is always like a feel-out round, and I think now the second round, they should open up a little bit more. They got a little bit more, they're more of a comfort zone. But now the fighter who's more hungrier is going to come out boxing more, harder punches, be more aggressive. I'm sure his corner is telling him to be more aggressive and throw more punches, you know, and his opponent is going to be in a survival mode. They did that in the first round. It's going to happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. You just look at that and go, Fabian Tucker, you know that he's come here maybe not for the victory, but maybe just to survive. And that generally happens when a fighter's having his debut. It's all about getting him used to that professional ranks. Two totally different sports, actually. Amateur boxing, professional boxing. You know, no head guards. So this is all new to Jaden Eccleston in there. And he'll be pleased he's got that first round under his belt. But perhaps Fabian Tucker heard us talking there, because he's actually come out with a bit more aggression around him.
Definitely, he's more aggressive this round, and he's surprised me that he came out so aggressive. But the thing is, the conditioning. Can he keep on that pressure in the second half of the round?
Yeah, that conditioning will certainly play a factor, especially considering the fact that he said he took this fight on short notice. I don't know what he was doing prior, but Jaden...
Well, I tell you what, Jaden Eccleston is starting to get into a rhythm now. He's working the body well, switching the attacks up to the head, switch southpaw as well that seemed to confuse Fabian Tucker for a while. Lovely uppercut on the inside as well, and now starting to get into a real rhythm here, Eccleston.
I was going to say he's one of those guys that really gets into a flow, but he has to be incredibly careful with how low his hands are, because I tell you what, though Tucker might not have a win on his record, you don't want to get caught by this guy flush on that chin.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%. And we'll have some of these fighters, he gets his hands down too low, and they're going to... You don't want to see them learning the hard way. And keep the guards up at all times, because, like you said before, a surprise punch, the guy may not be the greatest, have no wins on his record, but he can surprise his opponent with a good punch.
Well, Eccleston started to take him apart slowly but surely here, and Tucker starting to feel the weight of them. Body shot goes in, right hand goes in, referee taking a close look, and the referee doing the right thing there, Joe.
Yeah, he did the right thing, stopping the fight. We don't want to see fighters take unnecessary punishment. We want to see him come back another day.
Well, looks like a decent prospect here. Local lad from the Cayman Islands, actually. Jaden Eccleston making a sensational debut. Feeling his way into the contest in that first round. Taking no risks at all going in there. Finding his range, finding his rhythm. And then Seaford, he put those shots together. A beautiful finish.
Incredible performance there by Jaden Eccleston. It's important to note that that's the first time that Tucker has actually been finished. Even though he's lost 5 fights, no one has ever stopped him. And Jaden came out here tonight and did it in the second round.
Yeah, lovely performance. And he'll be pleased to get that win under his belt and that win inside the distance. As I said, we saw him last December in the Clash of the Cayman, the first show that they had ever done here in the island, Cayman Islands. And he put on a good performance as an amateur, decided to turn pro and make his debut on home turf. And what a performance he put in there against a tough old wily character
for these young men
in
in the
Tucker.
ring today. Thank you.
You know, one of the things that I want to mention about Jaden is, yes, he's just making his professional debut. This guy has been training now in boxing since 2016. He's been in the ring training with guys like Nigel Paul, guys like Rocky Fielding, who faced off against Saul Alvarez. You know, he's been in there with some top professional guys, but he just haven't had the opportunity to fight, not just from an amateur perspective, but now he's made the transition, and I'm sure he'll get a lot more fights here.
Absolutely. Well, those opportunities will come when you perform like that. As Joe Cortez would tell you, you know, that puts bums on seats. Performances like that, people want to see that, and you put bums on seats, promoters use you, and he's going to get international experience as well. So yeah, he'll be very pleased with that one. As the local people are here. Very good turnout, actually. Just looking around me, and yeah, they've all turned out to see not just this young man, but the rest of the card as well. And next up, we have a 6 3-minute round contest. James Wilkins from Brooklyn, New York, goes in against Mexico's Alan Rodriguez Montreal, and that's a good fight to look forward to.
With a TKO, 1 minute and 39 seconds into the second round, our winner this evening from Grand Cayman, Jaden Mad Slug Eccleston.
Well, we got to say the referee did a good job of stopping that fight. You can see that the fighter did not protest at all. I mean, we want to see fighters come back another day.
Yeah, do you know what, Joe? I was going to ask you a little bit about that, because I said at the beginning of the show there that, you know, you was going to talk a lot about the referees and what they're thinking at certain stages, whether stoppages are too early, too late, and we see some bad decisions in boxing with referees now. But that was spot on, wasn't it? I mean, he had his eye on the ball there. He was looking at the job, and he stopped that kid from taking further punishment.
Well, I saw that the referee after the first round, he was already thinking about, well, I got to keep my eyes closed on this fighter who's taking some little punishment. And he knows his record. The good thing referees do these days, they study the fighters before the fight, they see their record, they see where they're at. And of course, if you see a fighter has lost all his fights with only one draw, you say to yourself, I got to watch him close, because if he starts taking punishment, I'm going to stop it. So he did his homework and he did the right move.
Yeah, well, Seaford.
Nos especializamos en lesiones personales serias, defendiendo tu derecho a tratamiento médico y justa compensación. En Sosa Legal dejamos que nuestros resultados hablen.
Mi experiencia con el abogado Sosa fue súper bien, muy atento, todo fue muy rápido. Gracias.
¿Se siente bien?
Sí, gracias.
Siempre es un buen momento para visitar la mejor playa de Texas. En la Isla del Padre siempre hay buenas vibras, buena comida y momentos inolvidables. Hay magia en el aire y en la bahía. La Isla del Padre te ofrece diferentes actividades, aventuras o simplemente un descanso. Este es el paraíso estilo Texas. Visita la Isla del Padre, tu isla del escape.
And, he just decided to make the jump.
Too many people do
his
that.
coach, Floyd Trumpet, told him, listen, this
But
is it.
you
If you want
did.
more opportunity,
Tell
you
me
have to
why
go to the
did you do
pros
that?
and make money so that you
I
can
want to
travel
win.
and get more
Oh,
fights.
how about that?
Brilliant. Well, there is an
Supporting
interest
and
here
winning
in the
at the
Cayman
same
Islands
time.
in boxing.
I wish you the best of
Actually,
luck.
as we
Ladies
can
and
see, as
gentlemen,
I'm
you
looking
hear the
around,
cry.
a good crowd turnout here, and we've got a good card for you this evening as well. Topped by Championship World Championship Boxing, WBF World Championship Boxing actually, and that is India's Mandeep Jangar. He goes in against Welsh champion Conor McIntosh, and that's a fight that we're going to look forward to later on in the bill. But next up, James Wilkins versus Alan Montreal.
One of our spectators heard what was going on. Very, very nice watch. I'm not going to tell you the retail value, but it does have a reserve.
You see a referee stop a fight, don't get upset because the referee sees a lot closer than television and even in the audience. The referee stops the fight because he's already trained and you don't want to see fighters.
Starting bid is $34.50. And we have a retail value of $6,000 on it. So come down and see what we have on the silent auction table.
See what kind of skills Roy Jones has developed as a professional fighter.
Yeah, interesting here with Roy Jones's fighter, James Wilkins. He's lived with James Wilkins for some time now, actually. He's been living with him, living on the farm in Pennsylvania, where Roy lives, and he took James Wilkins in with the family as well, and and he just took him under his wing, and he's watched him develop as a professional. He's now 14 fights, 12 wins, two losses, and he's developed him much. He's developed him a lot, and he's taken him under the wing. That's quite important, Joe. When you've got someone like Roy Jones taking you in.
Well, Roy Jones has so much experience. I like to see a fighter take a fight under their hands like Roy Jones has been around boxing so long. And that's so important. We don't want to see fighters going in with a trainer that doesn't have the skills. Roy Jones has all the skills from A to Z. He's been boxing since he was a teenager, and here he is in his early 50s. He's now fighting fighters and hopes to get a world champion in the very near future. Boxing is not easy. It's a difficult sport. I can tell you that,
ladies and gentlemen,
you got to develop yourself in the amateurs. A lot of amateur fights. The more amateur fights, the better you are. But you want to stay too long in the amateurs. Fighters with 100 amateur fights, maybe 150s. More than that, this year you consider going pro. That's like some fighters are undefeated in the pro ranks. Those fighters went through the amateurs. They develop their skills. And you got to be a world seasoned fighter to get to that level. You don't become a world champion overnight. You got to have the experience.
I mean, Joe, let's talk a little bit about your experiences as a referee, as a fighter as well. We go back. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, but let's tell our audience, exactly your history. You're a Hall of Fame referee. Not many of those have made it into the Hall of Fame, and you've covered everyone, down from 4-round level.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí, con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
And Chris Eubank Sr. So allow me to welcome into the ring tonight the legendary man in the middle, Joe Conn.
Hey, thank you, fans, for coming out tonight. You know, we did my first visit here to the Cayman Islands. I can tell you, I'm impressed. We got the VIP treatment you guys are giving us. It's so important that boxing comes up to the next level here in the Cayman Islands. We want to talk to your governor. I hope she shows up tonight. And whoever else is involved with on the top level, we got to bring professional boxing here to the Cayman Islands. We have all the world title fighters, bringing Thai fighters like Mike Tyson, bringing Chavez, Manny Pacquiao, bringing all the great fighters here to the Cayman Islands. Thank you for attending tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the legendary man in the middle, Joe Cortez.
Well, what a moment that was there. Just sitting here with ex-boxer, amateur boxer, local lad, Seaford Russell Jr. And Seaford, how good is it for you? You're not a sports editor here in the Cayman Islands. How good is it for you to be sitting next to a legend like Joe Cortez, doing the commentary with him? I mean, what a moment.
It is a moment. It's one that I'll cherish for a long, long time, Spencer. And I'm very, very honored to be alongside you two guys. Even yourself, you know, you've had a illustrious career in boxing, and you know we've highlighted Joe Cortez here, who really, you just say the name and everybody in boxing knows who he is, but nobody really cares too much about the sports editor. People want to hear about boxing, and I kind of want to throw it over to you. You asked Joe what was his favorite fight, reffing a fight, and I want to ask you what was your favorite fight in boxing?
I'm glad you asked me the question, because it was a fight that took place on the 15th of April. Joe, you know where I'm going with this one. 15th of April 1985. I'm going to tell you exactly where it was, and it was incredible. It was at Las Vegas, and it was in the hotel in Las Vegas.
Are you talking about Leonard and Hagler?
I'm talking about Leonard Hagler on the 15th of April. Yeah, it was
Hagler and Tommy Hearns.
Hagler and Tommy Hearns.
Those guys were really...
and that's what got me really into boxing. I think I was 10 years of age then. I was training a little bit, but then I remember seeing this fight on TV. I was 10 years of age, 1985, and I looked at it and I went, Marvin Hagler's like, that was my dream, just to be that guy, you know. And I was very fortunate in meeting Marvin Hagler. You know, when he come over to England, I met him and I said, "You're not many people that I'm in awe of in this game." I've been around it, been everywhere with him. Mike Tyson's been doing everything, covered every fight. But this guy was something special because he had a place in my heart, because he sort of was the guy, when you look up to someone and they're your idol, your inspiration. Marvin Hagler was that guy. Now, I know you knew him very well.
Yeah, he was a very special friend. I got to really get to meet him and be with him after I retired from boxing. When I was active, I tried to stay away from the fighters. But Hagler, when I got inducted into the Hall of Fame, and the International Hall of Fame up in Canastota, New York, he was there, and I got the honor to spend time with him and with Sugar Ray Leonard as well. And I would have lunch with Sugar Ray Leonard, and Sugar Ray Leonard told me, "Hey, come on, Joe, you know I beat Hagler pretty good in that fight, right?" I said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, it was a good fight." Then I have lunch with dinner with Hagler the same night. He said, "Joe, you know I beat Leonard that night in Vegas, you know." They're still going at each other about it. But then we had lunch one day. They were very, very polite, very caring for each other. They didn't discuss about their fight. They were very humble young fighters.
Joe, like I said, you've been there, seen it, done it, got the t-shirt, been involved with boxing for a long, long time, still involved in it now, doing a fantastic job, by the way, to this evening as well. But I want to ask you, what was the favourite fight or the favourite fighter that sort of like, you know, got you involved in the game? I'm really interested to hear this one.
Well, there was a fighter by the name of Gaspar Indian Ortega. And Gaspar Indian Ortega moved to my neighborhood in New York City, where I was born and raised in Manhattan. And he lived building next door. And I was only 12 years old. That's when I met him. And he got my brother Mike and I involved. And when I was 16 years old, I won my first Golden Glove championships in New York, along with my brother Mike. But we used to sell out Madison Square Garden, 15,000 fans at the Garden, you know, which was nice for the amateur fights. And but that's how I got started with Gaspar Indian Ortega. But my favorite was Sugar Ray Robinson. He was a master of all.
There you go. Sugar Ray Robinson has to be the greatest fighter of all time. Goes without saying. I mean, he was doing stuff that were generations above what he was. Like the guy actually that's working with us this evening. He's got the boxers on. Roy Jones Jr. in his prime in those early 90s. He was one of those guys, weren't he? That was generations above where he should have been.
Yeah, exactly. No question about it. But you know, another great experience I had when I used to referee in the United Kingdom, when I went there to referee Joe Kazagi against Chris Eubank, where Joe Kazagi won his first title fight, and I refereed Joe Kazagi when he defeated Bernard Hopkins. But there was a fighter, I couldn't even pronounce his name at the time. It was Vladimir Klitschko and Vitaly Klitschko. I refereed them both in Europe. But Lennox Lewis, nobody knew too much about Lennox Lewis. I got to referee him in the United Kingdom. And you know, they were some of the great heavyweights of all times.
Do you miss the refereeing now? I mean, you've been around it for so long, but is it something that you miss now? Are you still heavily involved in boxing? You actually showed me your house. You got a boxing ring there, and the stuff that you've got up on the walls is like, for any boxer, any boxing fan, is absolutely insane. This man, not just a Hall of Famer, but the stuff that he's got in his house. It's a gym, right? It's an actual gym.
It's a gym I have at the house, and I keep it there. All my sports memorabilia, I keep it there. You know, it's just an honor to have all the stuff, some of the great fighters and stuff. After I retired from boxing, I started collecting all this stuff. And I said, all these fights that I referee, it was an honor to have these pictures on the wall with Mike Tyson, Chavez, Oscar De La Hoya, Julio Cesar, Manny Pacquiao, Chavez. I mean, it was so many of the great fighters, James Toney, Lennox Lewis. I mean, it's an amazing place. My gym is like a museum. You know, it is something I want to try to hopefully do it someplace else around the world to have a museum, sports museum. Not only do I have boxing, I have baseball, basketball, soccer, hockey. I have it all sports memorabilia. It's like a museum when you come into my gym.
And how are you finding it travelling around these days? Because you're still very much involved with the boxing, you're still very much on the scene. And when I was told I had the privilege of actually working with you after growing up, watching you in so many great fights, doing such a great job as a referee, what's it like now, you know, still travelling around the way that you do? How is that?
A lot of fun, because, you know, I still have it in my blood, you know. When you do my DNA, you see my DNA is boxing.
Absolutely, and you had a great professional career yourself as well. It wasn't just the amateurs that you boxed in, you boxed as a professional as well.
Yes, I did. I had 18 wins and 1 loss. My only loss was to a fighter named Georgie Foster in Madison Square Garden, a 6-round decision. And I had 43-2 as an amateur, winning in New York, the Eastern International. And I had a lot of fun doing my fighting career. I never got hurt, never hit the canvas. It was just a lot of fun, and I was glad to get in as a referee, because now I was able to protect fighters from taking unnecessary punishment. And now that I retired, I paid it forward by helping other referees to reach another level.
Is that what you wanted to do when you retired? Like, you talked about that there, and you know, you only lost 1 as a professional. You decided to turn it in and then move into the refereeing, where you've had an unbelievable career, and the Hall of Fame status says that. But at what point did you want to become a referee from being a boxer?
Well, you know, when I was working I was an executive manager of El Conquistador Hotel in Puerto Rico. A guest by the name of Pat Mashier was staying at the hotel, and he reached out to me. He said, "Are you one of the Cortez brothers from New York?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I'm a guest at your hotel here." He said, I referee your fight. So we exchanged phone numbers. A year later, after spending 8 years in Puerto Rico, I moved back to New York. And he said, "Get involved, Joe, with the amateurs. You'll be good in the amateurs." I got involved with the amateurs, with the Golden Gloves. And before you know it, 6 months later, the New York State Athletic Commission, a gentleman by the name of Deputy Commissioner Frank Morris, said, "Joe, I watched you last week working the championship fight in Madison Square Garden with the finals." He says, "You got skills. I don't want you to waste your time in the amateurs. We need you in the pros." And I turned pro back in '77 up until 2012.
Well, what a great advice that was, to get you to turn pro, and you've done so many great jobs in the professional ring. You know, judging, refereeing, all those great fights has been quite incredible. And I think we are nearly ready, actually, to get going for this one. I've just been told another couple of minutes to see, but I'll just bring you here. Actually, you know, you're the sports editor here in the Cayman Islands. You've got a little bit of history in the amateur boxing as well, and you've done a little bit of MMA as well, but. For you, what you know, you're covering the boxing now on the island, which you say is great. It's great for it's great for the island. It's great for the tourism. Exactly. What are you wanting to achieve out of having the boxing here, like you covering it the way you are, and getting people like Joe Cortez here as well?
I'll tell you what, I want to first say that I'm just here listening to you conversation, and I'm just. I'm like a fanboy. I'm like a kid with a new toy, just listening to these legends chop it up here. Listen, man, I cover all the sports on Island, and boxing is obviously near and dear to my heart because it's the sport that I first got into. For whatever reason, it didn't materialize that, I'd be one of the guys that are fighting in the ring here tonight. But, I feel like boxing is one of those sports that can really, really excel with the right people behind it. And I honestly think that we have that going for us right now. Clash in Cayman, sequel tonight. It's a good example of where this sport is coming from, where it's been, and where it's going. And I think our future is bright.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant news, and it's been a successful night tonight. I know I've been told actually you had Clash in the Cayman back in December, and they said that I've been told that this is bigger, better, the production's better, and the turnout is actually brilliant as well, which is good for the island. It shows that there's a real interest here, and I think that we're just about ready to go for our next fight now, which is the featherweight contest, James Wilkins versus Rodriguez Montreal, and let's throw it over to our MC, Ricky.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next contest. Please welcome firstly, from Veracruz, Mexico, Alan Montiel.
Well, you fans out there, get ready to watch Roy Jones Jr. with his fighter coming up. And it's going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be an interesting match, this one. Alan Montreal from Mexico. 9 fights, 7 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. And this kid sees this as a huge opportunity. And Joe Cortez, you all know yourself, these kids from Mexico, they're tough. You don't really read into their records because it's in their DNA. That's what they are. And they get these opportunities, and they're tough guys to beat.
Let me tell you, Dad, when you get a Mexican fighter, you know you're going to see a fight. And you got 2 good fighters in there tonight. One is from India and the other one from Mexico. So let's see.
Yep.
Magnifico.
Yes, there you go. He's come in full of confidence and really up for this one. And he gets that opportunity against Roy Jones's fighter, James Wilkins.
And now would you please welcome his opponent, from New York, USA, James Wilkins.
Well, here he comes, James Wilkins. What a story this kid has. Lives in Pensacola at Roy Jones's farm, actually. Roy Jones took him in, took him under his wing. Lives there with his family, his 2 young children. And a good boxer, combination puncher who's improving all the time. And he's not had it easy in his professional ranks. 14 fights, 12 of those by victory. 7 inside the distance, but this is going to be a tough test here for James Wilkins.
Wilkins looks like he's ready to go. He seems to be very excited. Saw him earlier today. He was walking around the hotel and say, we'll get some rest. He said, but I'm going to be ready for tonight. He's honored to have Roy Jones Jr. as his mentor, his trainer on his side.
Yep, now let's look at the tail of the tape there. You can see James Wilkins, 14 fights, 12 of those by victory, 6 KOs, 28 years of age, and coming just over the featherweight limit against his opponent, Alan Montreal. 9 fights, 7 of those by victory, 3 inside the distance, 24 years of age. But as I said about these Mexican kids, and Joe Cortez says to me, you got to keep your eye on them because they could beat anything.
Live from the Cayman Islands, Dennis Hobson, in association with GBH, presents 6 rounds in the super featherweight division. Your judges at ringside, booked by the Cayman Boxing Commission. Your free judges.
La pasión y la emoción de tus deportes favoritos se viven aquí. Con nuestro estilo único. Cada gol se grita al máximo. Los combates se llevan a otro nivel y narramos momentos históricos. Juntos seguiremos siendo los mejores por Azteca 7.
En la vida solo importan dos cosas: alitas y cerveza. Presentando el Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal, 16 de noviembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Entra a un paraíso de alitas, con sabores únicos que tienes que probar, con deliciosas cervezas locales y regionales, IPAs, lagers, stouts y muchas más. Música en vivo, juegos y diversión para toda la familia. El Festival de Alitas y Cerveza Artesanal es 16 de noviembre en la Isla del Padre.